The last thing she heard was her own name, whispered by someone who shouldn't have known it. Some doors, once opened, reveal that the real horror wasn't what waited outside. It was what had been living inside all along. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of Rosario Alfonso. We spend our lives believing that evil announces itself, that monsters wear their darkness on the outside. But what happens when the predator looks like a protector? When the hands that should save you are the ones that destroy you? Tonight, we descend into the nightmare of Rosario Alfonso, a man who weaponized trust, a husband who transformed love into a living tomb, and a father who proved that sometimes the most terrifying creatures don't lurk in shadows. They sit across from you at the dinner table. This is the story of a woman who fought to escape her own home, only to discover that leaving was just the beginning of her nightmare. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Maria Alfonso believed in redemption. She had to. How else could she explain the years she spent with a man whose love felt more like slow-motion suffocation? Their house on the quiet street in New Jersey seemed ordinary enough. White siding, manicured lawn, children's toys scattered across the porch like promises of normalcy. But homes, like people, can be expert liars. Behind those walls, a different reality festered, one where affection had curdled into obsession and marriage had become a carefully constructed prison. Rosario Alfonso was a mechanic by trade, a man whose hands were perpetually stained with grease and competence. To the neighbors, he seemed devoted, perhaps a bit intense, but wasn't that just passion? They didn't see what happened when the front door clicked shut. They didn't hear the interrogations that began the moment Maria arrived home 3 minutes later than expected. They didn't witness how he checked her phone with the methodical precision of a detective examining evidence at a crime scene, or how he counted the miles on her car's odometer, cross-referencing them with her stated destinations like a mathematician searching for inconsistencies in a formula. Maria had become a ghost in her own life, a woman who moved through her days with the calculated caution of someone navigating a minefield. Every conversation was a potential detonation, every friendship a suspected betrayal. She learned to edit herself to become smaller, quieter, less visible. She learned that survival sometimes means erasing yourself piece by piece until there's barely anything left to defend. The children felt it too, that electric tension that crackled through the house like a coming storm. They learned to read their father's moods the way sailors read the sky, understanding that certain expressions meant retreat, that certain tones in his voice signaled danger. Family dinners became performances where everyone played their assigned roles, where laughter was scripted and spontaneity was a luxury no one could afford. But Maria was planning, slowly, quietly, with the patience of someone who understands that hasty escapes lead to recapture. She began gathering resources. A secret bank account, opened with cash saved from grocery money. Documents hidden in places he would never think to look. Phone numbers for domestic violence hotlines, memorized and then destroyed. She was building an exit strategy the way others build careers, with focus, determination, and the understanding that failure might cost everything. The breaking point came on an autumn evening when the leaves outside had begun their slow death, painting the world in shades of rust and decay. Rosario had returned home late, his breath sharp with alcohol, his eyes carrying that particular glint that Maria had learned meant trouble. The argument started over something inconsequential, a forgotten errand, a misplaced tool, but it escalated with the terrifying speed of a wildfire consuming dry brush. His hands found her throat, not for the first time, but with an intensity that felt different, final, like a door slamming shut on any possibility of return. She felt her vision narrowing, the world reducing itself to a tunnel of diminishing light. In that moment, suspended between consciousness and oblivion, Maria made a decision that would alter the trajectory of countless lives. She would leave, or she would die trying. The next morning, while Rosario was at work, Maria moved with the efficiency of someone who had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times in her mind. She packed only what was essential: documents, photographs, clothing for her and the children. Everything else was negotiable. Everything else was just weight that would slow her down. She left no note, no explanation, because she understood that words would only give him ammunition, a trail to follow, a narrative to twist. The domestic violence shelter was 40 miles away, deliberately chosen for its distance. The women there recognized the look in Maria's eyes immediately, that mixture of relief and terror that comes with newfound freedom. They knew that leaving was often more dangerous than staying, that abusers rarely accept abandonment, that violence often escalates when control is threatened. They gave her a new phone, helped her file for a restraining order, connected her with legal services. They gave her something she hadn't felt in years: hope. But hope, Maria would learn, can be a cruel companion when you're dealing with someone like Rosario Alfonso. Because while she was building a new life, learning to sleep without fear, teaching her children that home didn't have to mean terror, Rosario was planning something far more sinister. His initial reaction to her departure had been predictable: rage, denial, threats delivered through voicemails that escalated in their viciousness. But then came something worse: silence. The restraining order had been served. Rosario was to have no contact with Maria or the children. He was to stay at least 500 feet away at all times. On paper, these protections looked substantial. In reality, they were just words on a document, powerless against someone who had decided that if he couldn't have his family, no one would. Rosario began his transformation from abusive husband to calculating predator. He stopped calling, stopped showing up at places he knew she might be. To observers, it might have looked like acceptance, like he was finally moving on. But people who truly knew him, his sister, his coworkers, the few friends who hadn't abandoned him, saw something different. They saw a man consumed by a singular focus, someone who had gone quiet the way predators go quiet before they strike. He started driving by the shelter late at night, learning its rhythms, noting the security camera's blind spots, watching the patterns of when women came and went. He cultivated patience, understanding that revenge is a dish best served when the intended victim has begun to believe they're safe. He quit drinking, knowing he would need clarity for what was coming. He began acquiring things: rope, duct tape, items that had no innocent explanation but could be explained away if questioned. Maria, meanwhile, was beginning to breathe again. The shelter had helped her secure a small apartment in a different town. She had found work at a local grocery store, nothing glamorous, but it was hers, earned through her own labor rather than dependent on Rosario's approval or generosity. The children were in school, beginning the slow process of unlearning the lessons their father had taught them about what love was supposed to look like. She had started to believe in the possibility of a future that didn't include fear. She had started to imagine holidays without tension, bedtimes without anxiety, mornings that began with peace rather than dread. She had started to believe that maybe, just maybe, the worst was behind her. This is what makes what happened next so devastating. Because Rosario Alfonso hadn't forgotten. He hadn't forgiven. He had simply been waiting, watching, planning with the meticulous attention to detail that he had once applied to his work, now redirected towards something infinitely more sinister. On a February morning, cold enough that breath turned to vapor, Rosario made his move. Maria was walking to her car after dropping the children at school, keys already in her hand, mind already planning the day ahead. She didn't see him approach, didn't hear his footsteps on the frozen pavement. The first indication something was wrong came when a hand clamped over her mouth, when she felt herself being dragged backward, when she realized with horrifying clarity that her nightmare hadn't ended. It had just been waiting for Act 2. Terror has a taste. It's metallic, sharp, flooding your mouth the moment your brain registers that you're in mortal danger. Maria tasted it as Rosario forced her into his vehicle, a van he had purchased specifically for this purpose, windowless and anonymous. She tasted it as he secured her wrists with zip ties that bit into her skin, as he covered her mouth with tape, as he spoke to her in a voice that was almost gentle, almost loving, which made everything so much worse. "Did you really think you could leave me?" he asked, and the question wasn't rhetorical. He genuinely seemed confused by her attempt at independence, as if her autonomy was a concept too foreign to comprehend. "Did you think I would just let you take my children and disappear?" The van smelled of cleaning chemicals and something else, something organic and wrong that Maria couldn't quite identify, but that filled her with a primal dread. Rosario drove with the calm efficiency of someone following a predetermined plan, checking his mirrors, signaling at turns, obeying the speed limit. To anyone passing them on the road, they would have looked like nothing more than a tradesman heading to a job site. No one could have guessed that they were witnessing a kidnapping in progress. Maria's mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Where was he taking her? What did he plan to do? Most urgently, who would realize she was missing, and how long would it take? The children were at school, safe for now, but what would happen when no one showed up to collect them? The grocery store wouldn't expect her for hours. The shelter knew she had moved out. She had been so focused on building independence that she had inadvertently isolated herself, and now that isolation was becoming weaponized against her. They drove for what felt like hours but might have been only 40 minutes. Maria tried to memorize the route. Turns, landmarks, anything that might help if she somehow managed to escape or if her body was ever found and someone needed to retrace the journey. But Rosario had thought of this. He had covered the van's windows with dark tinting, transforming the interior into a sensory deprivation chamber where direction became meaningless. The van finally stopped. Maria heard the engine cut, heard Rosario's door open and close, heard his footsteps circling to the back. When he opened the rear doors, she saw where he had brought her. A hunting cabin, isolated and decrepit, surrounded by bare trees that looked like skeletal fingers reaching toward an indifferent sky. This was the kind of place where screams would go unheard, where a person could disappear completely, where the forest would keep its secrets. "I bought this place last month," Rosario said conversationally, as if he were showing her a vacation home rather than what was clearly meant to be her tomb. "Cash transaction. No paperwork. No one knows it exists. I've been coming here every weekend, getting it ready for us." The word "us" landed like a punch. He had constructed an entire delusion in which this kidnapping was somehow a romantic gesture, a chance for them to reconnect away from the influences that had supposedly poisoned their marriage. In Rosario's fractured reality, Maria hadn't fled from abuse. She had been led astray by feminist propaganda, by jealous friends, by a society that didn't understand that a man had rights over his family. Inside, the cabin was a monument to obsession. He had brought furniture from their old home, their bed, the dining table where they had once eaten as a family, photographs from happier times, or at least times Maria had been better at pretending happiness. He had stocked the kitchen with her favorite foods, as if the right grocery items could somehow rebuild a marriage that had been built on coercion from the start. But more disturbing were the additions. Chains bolted into the walls, a bucket in the corner that suggested bathroom facilities would be primitive at best, and most chillingly, a shelf lined with restraints, weapons, and what Maria recognized as her own clothing, stolen from the apartment she thought was secure. He had been inside her new home, had touched her things, had violated the sanctuary she had worked so desperately to create. Rosario removed the tape from her mouth, perhaps expecting gratitude, perhaps expecting declarations of love. Instead, Maria did something that surprised them both. She laughed. It was a sound born of hysteria and desperation, but also of a strange liberation, because she suddenly understood that she had nothing left to lose. He had already taken everything, her safety, her freedom, her future. The only thing she still possessed was her defiance. "You're insane," she said, and her voice was steadier than she expected. "You're absolutely insane if you think this will work." The blow came fast, his open palm connecting with her cheek with enough force to snap her head sideways. But Maria had been hit before. She had learned to absorb pain, to compartmentalize it, to prevent it from breaking her. What she hadn't learned was how to fake submission anymore, and that inability would become both her greatest weakness and her unexpected strength. Over the following days, Maria lost count of how many. The cabin had no calendar, no regular rhythm of day and night that she could perceive. Rosario attempted to recreate their marriage. He cooked meals and expected her to eat with him. He tried to initiate conversations about their relationship, about how they could fix things, about the future he imagined for them. He oscillated between tender and violent, between pleading and threatening, a pendulum of instability that kept Maria constantly off balance. She learned the cabin's layout by forced exploration when he would chain her to a longer lead, giving her access to the single room but not to freedom. She memorized the locations of potential weapons, a heavy ashtray, a loose floorboard that could maybe be pried up, kitchen knives that he was careful to lock away but that she cataloged nonetheless. She studied his patterns, when he slept most deeply, when the alcohol made him careless, when his attention wandered. But Rosario was studying her too. He noticed when her eyes lingered too long on the door, when she tested the strength of her restraints, when she asked questions that seemed designed to gather information rather than to genuinely engage. He was a mechanic, someone trained to identify problems and fix them, and he applied that same analytical approach to keeping his captive contained. "You're planning something," he said one night, his voice flat and dangerous. "I can see it in your eyes. You think you're smarter than me. You always did." Maria didn't deny it. Denial would have been insulting to them both. Instead, she met his gaze with a directness that surprised her. "What did you think would happen, Rosario? That you'd drag me out here and I'd suddenly fall back in love with you? That kidnapping is somehow romantic." His face contorted with an emotion she couldn't quite parse. Rage mixed with hurt, violence tempered by something almost like sadness. "I just wanted my family back," he said, and for a moment, he sounded almost human, almost sympathetic, before his expression hardened again. "But you had to ruin everything. You always ruin everything." The escalation came gradually, then suddenly. Rosario's carefully constructed fantasy began to crumble as it became undeniable that Maria would never willingly participate in his delusion. His visits to the cabin became more sporadic. He still had to maintain appearances, still had to go to work, still had to interact with a world that didn't know he was holding his wife prisoner in the woods. During his absences, Maria worked at the loose floorboard, using a nail she had found to slowly, agonizingly slowly, widen the gap. Her fingers bled, her nails cracked, but beneath that board, she found what she needed. A gap large enough to hide things, to store supplies, to create a secret space in a life that had been stripped of privacy. She also found something else. Evidence that she wasn't the first person Rosario had brought here. There were scratches on the walls, desperate gouges that suggested someone else had once been chained in this same spot. There were stains on the floor that no amount of cleaning could fully erase. There were initials carved into the windowsill, JM plus help. The realization that she might be following in someone else's tragic footsteps gave Maria a new urgency. She didn't know who JM was. A previous girlfriend? Another victim of Rosario's obsession? But those initials represented someone who had suffered here, someone who had hoped for rescue, someone whose fate was uncertain but probably tragic. Maria carved her own initials next to the others. MA, February 2025. If she didn't survive, at least there would be evidence. At least someone might someday connect the dots. Then came the night Rosario arrived drunk, more intoxicated than she had ever seen him, stumbling through the door with a bottle still clutched in his hand. His eyes had that unfocused quality that made him unpredictable, dangerous in a different way than his calculated cruelty. "They're asking questions," he slurred, dropping onto the bed that he had forced them to share. Though Maria had successfully fought off his attempts at physical intimacy through sheer force of will and well-placed knees. "Your sister. The police. They're asking questions about where you are." Maria's heart leapt. Someone was looking for her. Someone had noticed she was gone. "Of course they are," she said carefully, modulating her voice to seem sympathetic rather than triumphant. "I have children, Rosario. People were always going to notice. I told them you ran away," he continued, his words running together. "Told them you were unstable, said you'd threatened to disappear, to start over somewhere new. They believed me. I was the concerned husband." But his body language suggested otherwise. There was something frantic in his movements, something desperate in the way he drank, that told Maria the walls were closing in. The police might have believed his story initially, but sustained disappearance, especially of a mother who had been fighting for custody, would eventually trigger deeper investigation. Time was both her enemy and her ally. The longer she remained missing, the more likely someone would find her. But also, the longer she remained here, the more likely Rosario would decide that a dead wife was easier to manage than a living captive. That night, while Rosario slept in his alcohol-induced stupor, Maria made her move. She had been working the chain loose from the wall for days, using the nail to gradually weaken the bolt's grip. It wasn't completely free, but it was loose enough that, with sustained pulling, with every ounce of strength she possessed, she might be able to wrench it from the wood. The sound of metal scraping against wood seemed deafening in the silent cabin. Maria froze with each noise, watching Rosario's sleeping form, waiting for him to wake, to discover her attempt, to end it violently. But he remained unconscious, his breathing deep and regular, the empty bottle on the floor beside the bed. Finally, with one last desperate pull that sent splinters into her already damaged hands, the chain came free. Maria stood, her legs weak from days of limited movement, her body screaming in protest. She could run for the door, try to escape into the night and the forest beyond. But something stopped her. On the table lay Rosario's phone, carelessly left unlocked in his drunken state. And next to it, his keys to the cabin, to the van, to whatever new hell he had planned. Maria had a choice. Flee and hope she could navigate the unfamiliar woods, or take a bigger risk that might give her not just freedom, but justice. She chose justice. Maria's hands trembled as she picked up Rosario's phone, the device feeling impossibly heavy, a lifeline and a potential death sentence all at once. Her first instinct screamed at her to run, to get as far from this place as possible while Rosario slept off his intoxication. But her second instinct, the one born from years of abuse, years of watching him manipulate the system, years of knowing that escaping once wouldn't guarantee safety, that instinct told her something different. If she ran without evidence, he would come for her again. And next time, she might not survive. The phone's screen glowed in the darkness, casting eerie shadows across Rosario's sleeping face. He looked almost peaceful, almost normal, which made everything worse. Monsters should look like monsters. They should be easy to identify, easy to avoid. But Rosario looked like someone's coworker, someone's neighbor, someone who might help you jumpstart your car. Evil's greatest disguise is ordinariness. Maria navigated to his photo gallery first, her thumb scrolling through images that made her stomach turn. There were photographs of her, candid shots taken without her knowledge, pictures snapped through windows, images captured from vehicles parked outside the grocery store where she worked. He had been stalking her for months before the abduction, documenting her movements with the dedication of a detective on a case. But more disturbing were the images she found from before, from their marriage. Photographs of her bruises, her split lip, her fingerprints purpled against her throat. Rosario had documented his own abuse, had kept a perverse trophy collection of his violence. She didn't understand it. Was it pride? A need to remember? Some twisted form of record-keeping? Then she found something that made her blood ice over completely. Photographs of another woman. Young, blonde, terrified, chained in the same cabin. The timestamps indicated they were from 8 months ago, long before Maria had left, during a period when Rosario had claimed to be taking weekend hunting trips. The photographs showed the woman's deterioration over what appeared to be several weeks, her growing desperation, her pleading expressions, and finally, horrifyingly, photographs of the forest floor, freshly disturbed earth, a grave that Rosario had apparently felt compelled to document. JM had a face now. Jennifer Morales, Maria realized with sickening certainty. She had seen a missing person poster months ago, a young woman who had disappeared after going on a date. The case had gone cold. Police had suspected the boyfriend, but there had been no evidence, no body, no closure for the family. Maria's entire body shook as she scrolled through the digital evidence of Rosario's depravity. This wasn't just about domestic abuse anymore. This wasn't just about a husband who couldn't accept rejection. Rosario Alfonso was a serial predator, someone whose violence had escalated from battering his wife to imprisoning and murdering strangers. She forced herself to keep looking, to document everything. There were text messages to burner numbers, conversations about how to avoid police detection, discussions with someone who appeared to be helping him procure restraints and other equipment. There were searches in his browser history. How long until police stop looking for missing person? Decomposition rates in winter. Signs someone is planning to escape. Legal penalties for kidnapping versus murder. The phone was a confession, a comprehensive catalog of his crimes. But it was also evidence that could disappear the moment Rosario woke up. Evidence that he could delete, destroy, explain away. Maria needed to preserve it somehow, needed to get this information to people who could act on it. Her eyes landed on his laptop, sitting on a chair across the room. It was a risk, moving that far from the door, spending more time when every second increased the chance Rosario would wake. But the laptop might contain even more evidence, might be the difference between him facing justice or talking his way out of everything. Maria moved with agonizing slowness, each footstep calculated to avoid the floorboards she knew creaked. The chain still hung from her wrist, a weight and a reminder of her captivity. She would have to deal with that later after she had what she needed. The laptop was password protected, but Maria had watched Rosario enter it countless times during their marriage. His deceased mother's birthday, the one person he had ever genuinely seemed to love. The screen unlocked, revealing a desktop that looked mundane until you knew what you were looking at. Folders labeled innocuously, work files, personal, tax documents. But when Maria opened them, she found horror. Videos of Jennifer Morales begging for her life. Audio recordings of her final hours. Document files containing what appeared to be planning notes. A step-by-step guide Rosario had written for himself on how to abduct, imprison, and dispose of victims without detection. There was also a folder labeled with Maria's name. Inside were blueprints of the shelter where she had initially stayed, guard shift schedules she recognized as accurate, photographs of her children at school. He had been planning this abduction for months, had been patient and methodical, had treated it like a project at work, breaking it down into manageable steps, identifying potential obstacles, developing contingencies. Most chilling was a document titled Timeline. It outlined Maria's abduction, a reconditioning period of 4 to 6 months where he would correct her thinking. And then, if she proved irredeemable, a disposal method that matched what appeared to have happened to Jennifer Morales. According to his own notes, Maria was currently in week 3 of the reconditioning period. She had, at most, 3 months before Rosario had planned to kill her. Maria began transferring files to the phone, using Rosario's own email to send evidence to herself, to her sister, to the police tip line she remembered from news reports. She worked frantically, knowing that morning was approaching, that Rosario's alcohol-induced sleep wouldn't last forever. But she made a mistake. In her haste, she forgot to mute the laptop. The email sent with a soft chime, a sound that in normal circumstances would be barely noticeable, but in the silent cabin seemed as loud as an alarm. Rosario stirred. His breathing changed. Maria froze, watching as his eyes fluttered open, as his brain sluggishly processed the scene before him. His captive, unchained, holding his laptop, surrounded by the evidence of his crimes. For a moment, they simply stared at each other. Then Rosario lunged. Maria threw the laptop at him, a desperate move that bought her precious seconds. She ran for the door, her fingers fumbling with the lock, her mind screaming at her body to move faster, to be faster, to survive. Behind her, she heard Rosario cursing, heard him stumbling in his still intoxicated state, heard the promise of violence in every sound he made. The door opened. Cold night air rushed in, shocking after days in the stuffy cabin. Maria ran into the darkness, into the forest, into terrain she didn't know. Tree branches tore at her clothing, roots tried to trip her, and somewhere behind her, getting closer, she heard Rosario giving chase. "You can't run," he shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. "There's nowhere to go. We're miles from anything." But Maria didn't stop. She ran with the desperation of someone who understands that stopping means dying, who knows that the only way out is forward, even when forward means crashing blindly through darkness, even when your lungs are burning and your legs are threatening to give out. She didn't know that the emails had successfully sent before she threw the laptop. Didn't know that at that very moment, multiple law enforcement agencies were receiving evidence of Rosario Alfonso's crimes, complete with GPS metadata that would lead them directly to this location. Didn't know that the desperate gamble she had taken, choosing to gather evidence rather than immediately fleeing, had potentially saved not just her life but prevented future victims. All Maria knew was that she was running, and Rosario was hunting, and somewhere in this dark forest, one of their stories was going to end. The chase took on a nightmarish quality. Every shadow looked like a hiding place or a dead end. Every sound could be Rosario getting closer or just the forest's indifferent noises. Maria's body, weakened by captivity and malnutrition, began to fail. Her vision swam, her legs trembled. She stumbled and fell, her hands plunging into half-frozen mud, her body screaming at her to just stop, to rest, to surrender. That's when she heard it. Sirens in the distance, getting louder. The emails had worked. Help was coming. But would it arrive in time? Rosario heard them too. His pursuit became more frantic, more desperate. He understood what those sirens meant, that his freedom was measured in minutes, that this was his last chance to silence the witness who could testify about everything, who could connect him to Jennifer Morales' murder, who could destroy the carefully constructed facade he had maintained. "If I can't have you, no one will," he screamed, and Maria heard the truth in those words. This had never been about love, despite his claims. This had always been about ownership, about control, about a man who viewed his wife as property to be maintained or destroyed at his discretion. Maria saw lights through the trees, flashlights, search beams, the practical illumination of people who were looking for her. She tried to scream, to call out, but her voice emerged as barely more than a croak. Her body had given everything it had left just to get this far. Rosario crashed through the undergrowth behind her, close enough now that Maria could hear his ragged breathing, could sense him reaching for her. This was it, the ending she had fought so hard to avoid, arriving despite everything. But then another sound cut through the night. "Police! Show me your hands!" Flashlight beams converged on Rosario, freezing him in place. He still had his hand outstretched toward Maria, caught in the act of trying to recapture her. For a moment, he looked like he might run, might fight, might force the officers to shoot him rather than face accountability. Instead, something seemed to deflate in him. His shoulders slumped, his hand dropped, and when the officers approached to handcuff him, he went quietly, offering no resistance, as if some part of him had been waiting for this moment, had perhaps even wanted it. Maria collapsed as hands, gentle hands, professional hands, helped her to safety. Someone was wrapping a thermal blanket around her shoulders, someone else was checking her vitals, and through it all she kept asking about her children, kept insisting that someone needed to make sure they were safe, that Rosario might have planned something, that the nightmare might not be over. "Your children are fine," a female officer told her, kneeling to meet Maria's eyes. "They're with your sister. They're safe. You're safe. It's over." But Maria knew better. It wasn't over. It was just beginning a new chapter. one that would involve police statements and court proceedings and testifying about things she would rather forget. One that would involve therapy and nightmares and the long, slow process of learning to feel secure again. And there was still Jennifer Morales' family, still waiting for closure, still holding out hope that might now finally be resolved, though not in the way they had prayed for. The forest that had nearly become Maria's grave became instead the scene of her salvation, the place where Rosario Alfonso's carefully constructed facade finally, irreversibly shattered. The interrogation room smelled of industrial cleaner and desperation. Rosario Alfonso sat across from Detective Sarah Chun, his hands cuffed to the table, his expression oscillating between defiance and something that almost looked like relief. He had been sitting in this room for 6 hours, initially refusing to speak, consulting with his court-appointed attorney, maintaining the fiction that this was all a misunderstanding. But the evidence was overwhelming. The emails Maria had sent contained photographs, videos, documents that painted an irrefutable picture of his crimes. The cabin had been searched, revealing not just the evidence of Maria's imprisonment but also physical traces, blood, hair, DNA, that forensically linked Jennifer Morales to the location. Cadaver dogs had indicated an area of disturbed earth that, when excavated, revealed Jennifer's remains exactly where the photographs on Rosario's phone had suggested they would be. Detective Chun had worked hundreds of cases in her 20-year career. She had interviewed rapists and murderers, abusers and predators. But there was something particularly chilling about Rosario Alfonso, about the banality of his appearance contrasted with the calculated nature of his crimes. "Tell me about Jennifer," Chun said, sliding a photograph across the table. It showed Jennifer Morales before her disappearance. Smiling, alive, unaware that a chance encounter with Rosario Alfonso at a bar would lead to her death. Rosario stared at the photograph, his expression unreadable. His attorney leaned over to whisper something, but Rosario waved him away. "What's the point?" he said, and his voice carried a strange flatness, as if emotion had been systematically removed. "You already know everything. I want to hear it from you," Chun pressed. "I want to understand why." "Why?" Rosario laughed, a sound without humor. "Everyone wants to know why. Like there's some explanation that would make it make sense. Like there's a reason that would satisfy you." He leaned forward as much as his restraints allowed. "The truth is, there is no why that would make you feel better. I did it because I wanted to, because I could, because women like her, women like Maria, they think they can just do whatever they want, say no to whoever they want, and there won't be consequences." Chun kept her expression neutral, though internally she felt the familiar disgust that came with interviewing men who viewed violence against women as some kind of justified response to rejected entitlement. "So Jennifer rejected you?" "She was rude," Rosario said, as if this explained everything. "I offered to buy her a drink. I was polite, respectful, and she laughed at me, told her friends I was creepy. Like she was too good for me. So you followed her home." "So I taught her a lesson," Rosario corrected, and the lack of remorse in his voice was staggering. "I showed her what happens when you disrespect a man who's trying to be nice." Chun wanted to reach across the table and strangle him. Instead, she made notes, documented his confession, built the case that would ensure he never walked free again. "And Maria, your wife, the mother of your children." Something shifted in Rosario's expression. Not remorse, but something closer to confusion. "That was different. I loved Maria. I was trying to fix our marriage. By kidnapping her, by chaining her in a cabin, by planning to murder her if she didn't comply with your reconditioning. She left me," Rosario said, and now there was emotion in his voice. Aggrievement, as if he were the victim in this scenario. "She took my children. She humiliated me. Everything I did was to get my family back. You murdered Jennifer Morales because she was rude to you. You abused Maria for years. You terrorized your own children. And somehow, you've convinced yourself that you're not the villain here." Rosario met Chen's eyes, and what she saw there made her skin crawl. There was no recognition of wrongdoing, no acknowledgement that his actions constituted crimes rather than justified responses. He genuinely believed that the world had wronged him, that his violence was somehow defensive, reactive, earned by the women who had dared to assert their autonomy. "I'm not a villain," Rosario said quietly. "I'm just a man who wanted respect, who wanted his family, who wanted what was his." Chun closed her notebook. There was nothing more to gain here. Rosario Alfonso would never understand that women weren't property, that rejection wasn't provocation, that love and ownership were fundamentally different concepts. He would go to trial, be convicted, spend the rest of his life in prison, and likely die still believing that he had been wronged by a world that refused to grant him the control he felt entitled to. "We're done here," Chin said, standing. As she walked toward the door, Rosario called out, "Does Maria ask about me? Does she say anything?" Chun turned back, studying him. He looked almost hopeful, as if some part of him still believed that Maria might harbor feelings for him, might visit him in prison, might somehow validate the delusion that their relationship had been love rather than terror. "Maria is working on forgetting you exist," Chin said. "It wasn't entirely professional, but it was true. You're being erased from her life one day at a time. Eventually, you'll be nothing but a bad memory she's learned to manage." She left him sitting there, his expression crumbling, and felt no satisfaction in delivering that particular truth. Victory against monsters like Rosario Alfonso didn't feel triumphant. It just felt necessary. The trial became a media sensation. The case had everything that captured public attention: domestic violence, murder, a dramatic rescue, evidence gathered at tremendous personal risk. Maria's face appeared on news broadcasts, in newspapers, across social media. She hated the exposure, hated that her trauma had become entertainment, but her attorney assured her that public attention meant judicial scrutiny, meant the case would be handled with the seriousness it deserved. The prosecution built their case methodically. They presented the evidence from Rosario's phone and laptop, thousands of images, dozens of videos, incriminating documents that demonstrated premeditation and calculation. They brought in forensic experts who testified about the physical evidence recovered from the cabin, DNA that conclusively linked both Maria and Jennifer to the location. Jennifer's family sat in the front row every day of the trial, their faces masks of grief and determination. Her mother clutched a photograph, the same one Chun had shown Rosario during interrogation, as if maintaining a physical connection to her daughter could somehow bridge the unbridgeable distance death had created. Maria testified for 3 days. It was the hardest thing she had ever done. Harder than surviving the abuse, harder than escaping, harder even than the night she had run through the forest believing she was about to die. Because testifying meant reliving everything in granular detail, meant describing acts of violence and degradation while Rosario sat 20 feet away, watching her, sometimes smirking as if they shared some private joke. The defense attorney tried to paint Maria as an unreliable witness, suggesting that her mental state had been compromised by the ordeal, that her testimony was tainted by vindictiveness and a desire for revenge. He implied that the marriage had been turbulent but consensual, that Maria had engaged in her own forms of psychological abuse, that Rosario's actions, while perhaps extreme, were the desperate measures of a man trying to save his family. It was a strategy that might have worked in a different era, before social consciousness about domestic violence had evolved, before juries understood that abuse victims don't behave in predictable ways, that trauma responses are complex and sometimes counterintuitive. But this jury saw through the manipulation. They saw a woman who had survived, who had fought back, who had gathered evidence at tremendous risk because she understood that escaping once wouldn't guarantee safety. They saw a man who had murdered one woman and planned to murder another, who had documented his own crimes with perverse pride, who showed no remorse even when confronted with overwhelming evidence of his depravity. The verdict came back after only 6 hours of deliberation. Guilty on all counts. First-degree murder for Jennifer Morales. Kidnapping, aggravated assault, unlawful imprisonment, and a litany of other charges related to Maria. The judge, a severe woman with decades of experience, delivered a sentence that effectively guaranteed Rosario would die in prison. Life without possibility of parole, multiple consecutive terms that added up to more years than any human could reasonably live. When the sentence was read, Rosario's face remained impassive. He didn't react, didn't protest, didn't show emotion. But Maria, sitting in the gallery, felt something break loose inside her. A tension she had been carrying for so long it had become part of her baseline state. He couldn't hurt her anymore, couldn't hurt anyone anymore. The cage had finally closed around the right person. 18 months after the trial, Maria sat in her therapist's office, a space that had become familiar and safe, decorated with soft colors and comfortable furniture designed to make trauma processing feel less clinical. Dr. Patricia Morrison had been working with Maria since the rescue, helping her navigate PTSD, helping her rebuild a sense of self that had been systematically dismantled during years of abuse. "How are you sleeping?" Dr. Morrison asked, the question she started most sessions with, understanding that sleep was often the first casualty of trauma and the last thing to be restored. "Better," Maria said, and it was true. The nightmares still came sometimes. She doubted they would ever disappear completely, but they were less frequent now, less vivid. She had learned techniques for managing them, for reminding herself upon waking that she was safe, that Rosario was imprisoned, that the danger had passed. And the children? Maria's face softened. Her children were resilient in ways that constantly amazed her, but they were also wounded in ways that broke her heart. They were in therapy too, processing their own trauma, learning that the violence they had witnessed wasn't normal, wasn't their fault, wasn't a model for how relationships should function. "They're doing well," she said. "My son asked about his father last week. Asked if he could visit him in prison." "What did you tell him?" "I told him the truth, that his father hurt people, that he's in prison because he broke laws designed to protect people, that when he's 18 he can make his own decisions about contact, but that for now my job is to keep him safe, and that means maintaining distance." Dr. Morrison nodded approvingly. "That's a hard conversation to have." "Everything about this is hard," Maria said, but without the despair that would have colored that statement a year ago. Now it was just acknowledgement, acceptance that recovery wasn't linear, that some scars would always remain visible. They talked about Maria's work. She had left the grocery store and was training to become a domestic violence advocate, using her experience to help other women navigate the complex process of leaving abusive relationships. It gave her purpose, transformed her trauma into something that could prevent others from suffering similarly. They talked about dating, a topic that made Maria uncomfortable, but that Dr. Morrison gently pushed her to consider. "I'm not saying you need to date," Morrison clarified. "I'm asking if you can imagine a future where you might want to, where you might trust someone enough to be vulnerable with them." Maria considered this. The honest answer was no. She couldn't imagine it, couldn't conceive of trusting someone with that kind of access to her life, her body, her emotions. But she also couldn't have imagined, 18 months ago, that she would be sitting here now, employed, housed, raising her children, functioning in the world. Healing, she was learning, often meant doing things before you felt ready, trusting the process even when belief was elusive. "Maybe someday," she said, and Dr. Morrison smiled, recognizing the significance of that maybe, the tiny seed of possibility where previously there had been only refusal. Jennifer Morales's grave was in a cemetery on the outskirts of town, a modest headstone marking the place where a young woman's life had been violently truncated. Maria visited on the anniversary of Jennifer's death, bringing flowers and a sense of survivor's guilt that Dr. Morrison assured her was normal but unfounded. "I'm sorry I didn't find the evidence sooner," Maria said to the headstone, as if Jennifer could hear, as if apologies could reach across the barrier of death. "I'm sorry you had to go through what you went through alone." Jennifer's mother appeared beside her, having had the same idea, arriving at the same time. They had met during the trial, had bonded in the way people do when they've survived different aspects of the same nightmare. They didn't hug. Their relationship wasn't quite there yet, but they stood together in companionable silence, two women paying respects to a third who hadn't survived. "She would have liked you," Mrs. Morales said eventually. "Jennifer always admired strong women, and what you did, gathering that evidence, getting justice not just for yourself but for her, that took incredible strength." Maria didn't feel strong. Most days she felt like she was barely holding things together, like the facade of functionality was just that, a facade. But she was learning that strength wasn't the absence of fear or pain. It was continuing despite them, waking up every day and choosing to keep going even when staying in bed felt safer. "I wish I could have saved her," Maria said. "You did save her, in a way," Mrs. Morales replied. "You made sure her killer faced justice. You made sure she wasn't just another cold case, another missing person whose family never got closure. That's not nothing." They stood together until the sun began to set, until the cemetery's closing time approached, until they had paid their respects to a woman whose death had become the catalyst for accountability, whose murder had ensured that Rosario Alfonso would never harm anyone else. 5 years after the trial, Maria received a letter. It was from Rosario, forwarded through multiple channels, carefully screened by authorities to ensure it contained no threats. Her initial instinct was to burn it unread, to refuse him even this minimal access to her life. But curiosity won, or perhaps it was the part of her that needed to know if he had changed, if prison had provided any insight, any remorse. The letter was surprisingly brief. "Maria, I've had a lot of time to think. The doctors here say I have something called narcissistic personality disorder, that I don't process empathy the way normal people do. They say that like it's an excuse, like it explains anything. I don't know if I'm sorry in the way you would want me to be sorry. I don't know if I'm capable of that. But I understand now that what I did was wrong, that my thinking was distorted, that women aren't property to be controlled. Understanding that intellectually doesn't change how I feel. Some part of me still believes I was justified, that you wronged me first. But I'm working on it, trying to be different, even though I'll never be free to prove it matters. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I just wanted you to know that I know what I did, that I'm not hiding from it anymore. Rosario." Maria read the letter 3 times, searching for some emotion it should provoke. Anger? Satisfaction? Relief? Instead, she felt mostly nothing. A blankness that suggested she had already done the work of processing her feelings about Rosario, that he had become truly irrelevant to her emotional landscape. She showed the letter to Dr. Morrison, who read it carefully before speaking. "How do you feel about this?" "I don't," Maria said simply, "and I think that's progress." "It is," Morrison agreed. "Indifference is the opposite of love, and it's also the opposite of hate. The fact that you feel nothing means you've truly moved on." Maria filed the letter away, not in a place of prominence but simply as a document, a piece of evidence that Rosario Alfonso existed somewhere in a cell, working through his issues, whether sincerely or performatively she neither knew nor cared. 10 years after the rescue, Maria remarried. It was a small ceremony, just close friends and family, her children walking her down the aisle because she wanted them to be part of choosing this new chapter, wanted them to see that their mother could build something beautiful from the ashes of trauma. Her new husband, David, was a teacher, patient, kind, someone who had done his own work of processing past pain and understood that healing wasn't linear, that triggers could appear unexpectedly, that love sometimes meant giving space rather than demanding closeness. He had known Maria's history from early in their relationship. She had been upfront about it, refusing to hide her past, understanding that transparency was essential for building something real. He had listened without judgment, had been patient through the moments when Maria pulled away, when intimacy felt threatening, when nightmares disrupted sleep. Standing at the altar, exchanging vows that emphasized partnership and mutual respect, and the understanding that marriage should expand rather than constrain, Maria thought about how far she had traveled. From a woman who had believed she deserved abuse, who had stayed because she thought leaving would be worse, who had nearly died in a cabin in the woods, to this. To choosing love freely, to modeling healthy relationships for her children, to believing she deserved gentleness and respect. Rosario Alfonso still existed somewhere in a maximum security prison. Jennifer Morales remained in her grave, her life cut short by violence she had done nothing to invite. But Maria Alfonso, who had changed her last name back to her maiden name, reclaiming the identity that had been subsumed by marriage, Maria Rodriguez stood in a garden surrounded by people who loved her, choosing to build rather than just survive. The story of Rosario Alfonso's crimes would be told for years, in true crime podcasts, in documentary series, in academic papers about domestic violence escalation. His name would remain attached to his actions, a cautionary tale about the dangers of male entitlement and the failures of systems that don't adequately protect abuse victims. But Maria's story, the story of her survival, Her courage, her choice to gather evidence at tremendous personal risk, her decade-long journey from victim to survivor to advocate to someone who could experience joy again. That story deserved equal telling. Because for every Rosario Alfonso, there are countless Maria Rodriguezes, women who leave, who fight back, who refuse to be erased, who transform their trauma into purpose, who build lives that honor not just their own survival but the memory of those who didn't survive. Maria's wedding day was warm, the garden filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of children's laughter. As she stood with David, promising to build something together, she felt a presence. Maybe Jennifer, maybe just her own imagination, maybe the collective spirit of all the women who had suffered and survived and succumbed to men who confused ownership with love. She made a silent promise to that presence. She would keep telling the story, keep advocating for those still trapped, keep pushing for systems that protected rather than failed victims. Rosario Alfonso had taken years from her, had nearly taken her life. But he hadn't taken her voice, her determination, her belief that the world could be different, better, safer. The wedding ended with dancing and celebration, with Maria's children joining her and David on the dance floor, with a future that felt not just possible but promising. The past would always be there. Trauma doesn't disappear just because you survive it, but it no longer defined her, no longer dictated her possibilities. As the sun set on that perfect day, Maria thought about the woman she had been, chained in a cabin, gathering evidence while a predator slept, running through dark woods with survival her only goal. She thought about how that woman, terrified and wounded and desperate, had still chosen to fight, had still believed that tomorrow could be better than today. That woman had been right. Tomorrow had been better, and the tomorrow after that, and all the tomorrows that followed, each one built on the foundation of courage and resilience and the stubborn refusal to let violence have the final word. Rosario Alfonso had written himself into history as a monster, but Maria Rodriguez had written herself into history as something far more powerful. A survivor who became a voice, a victim who became an advocate, a woman who took her power back and used it to light the way for others still finding their path out of darkness. The monster had hunted. The monster had been caught. And the woman he had tried to destroy had not just survived. She had flourished, transforming horror into hope, using her darkest moment as the foundation for a life built on her own terms. That was the real ending to this story. Not a monster in a cage, but a woman in a garden, surrounded by love, proving that even the most brutal violence cannot ultimately extinguish the human capacity for healing, for growth, for reclaiming joy from the jaws of despair. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Abyss Stared Back. What transforms a man into a predator who hunts his own neighbors? When does the mask slip so completely that murder becomes routine? Detroit streets remember the answer, written in blood across 2 decades of terror. Silence has a weight in the hours before dawn. It presses against windows, seeps through locked doors, wraps around the throats of those still sleeping. But in the neighborhoods of Metro Detroit between 1990 and 2010, that silence concealed something far heavier. A pattern of violence so methodical, so devastating, that entire communities learned to fear the darkness differently. Kenyal Brown didn't announce himself with dramatic flair. No cryptic letters, no taunting phone calls. His horror was quieter, more insidious. The kind that lurks behind a familiar face, hidden beneath polite nods and everyday conversations. For years, he moved through Detroit like a shadow with hands, selecting victims with chilling precision, executing them with calculated brutality, then vanishing back into the fabric of ordinary life before anyone realized death had walked among them. This is not a story about a monster from nightmares. This is about something worse. a human being who discovered he enjoyed killing, who refined his methods with each murder, who understood that the best hiding place for a serial killer is right out in the open, wearing the mask of normalcy while his hands still carried the warmth of his last victim's final heartbeat. Kenyal Brown's reign of terror claimed at least 17 lives, though investigators suspect the true number climbs higher still. His victims were women and men, young and old, each one somebody's daughter, son, mother, father. Each one reduced to a statistic, a cold case file, a family's eternal wound. And for the longest time, nobody connected the dots. Nobody saw the pattern. Nobody understood that one man was systematically erasing human beings from existence, treating murder not as an aberration but as a craft to be perfected. What you're about to hear will challenge everything you think you know about evil, because evil doesn't always announce itself with fanfare. Sometimes it just smiles at you on a Tuesday afternoon, asks how you're doing, and waits patiently for the moment when you're most vulnerable. Sometimes evil has a name, a face, a history. Sometimes evil is Kenyal Brown. Welcome to the nightmare that Metro Detroit couldn't wake up from. The human mind struggles to accept that danger can wear a pleasant expression. We're hardwired to recognize threats, the snarl, the aggressive posture, the obvious malice. Evolution taught us to fear the predator that looks like a predator. But evolution never prepared us for something far more terrifying, the predator who looks like everyone else. Kenyal Brown understood this fundamental truth about human nature. Born in 1965, he grew up in the same Detroit neighborhoods where he would later hunt. His childhood offered no obvious signposts toward the monster he would become. No documented abuse that explained everything away. No head trauma that conveniently justified his future actions. He was simply there, moving through life with apparent normalcy, while something dark germinated inside him. Something patient, calculating, and utterly remorseless. Detroit in the late 20th century was a city of contrasts. Once the proud engine of American industrial might, it had become a landscape of abandoned factories and forgotten neighborhoods. Economic collapse had hollowed out entire districts, leaving behind pockets of poverty and desperation. Crime rates soared, resources dwindled, and in that chaos, in that overwhelming tide of violence and disorder, individual murders could slip through the cracks, unnoticed, unconnected, unsolved. Brown recognized the opportunity this environment provided. He watched as the city struggled to manage gang violence, drug wars, and random street crime. He understood that in a place where murder had become almost commonplace, a few more bodies wouldn't trigger immediate alarm. The police were overwhelmed, understaffed, fighting a war on too many fronts. If he was careful, if he was smart, he could kill with impunity. And he was both. His first confirmed victim appeared in 1990, though investigators now believe he may have been responsible for earlier deaths that remain officially unsolved. Patricia Daniels, 32 years old, a mother of two who worked nights at a convenience store. She vanished on a Thursday evening after her shift ended. Her body was discovered 6 days later in an abandoned house on Detroit's east side, decomposition already making identification difficult. The details of her murder revealed a methodology that would become Brown's signature. She had been strangled manually, the killer's hands compressing her throat until consciousness fled and then continuing long after her body went limp, ensuring death, eliminating any possibility of survival. There were signs of a brief struggle, defensive wounds on her hands, bruising on her arms, but the attack had been swift, overwhelming, executed with the kind of efficiency that suggested either training or natural aptitude for violence. More disturbing were the signs of what came after death. Brown had spent time with Patricia's body, not in the sexual manner that characterizes many serial killers, but in a way that suggested cold curiosity. He had positioned her carefully, almost reverently, her hands folded across her chest like a corpse prepared for viewing. It was theatrical without being showy, calculated without being overtly symbolic. He was saying something, but what remained unclear. The police treated it as an isolated incident. Detroit averaged nearly 600 murders a year during this period. Patricia Daniels became another file, another unsolved case, another family left to navigate grief without closure or justice. Brown had discovered something crucial about himself in those moments when Patricia's life drained away beneath his hands. He had discovered he felt nothing. No guilt, no remorse, no horror at what he had done. Instead, there was only a curious satisfaction, a sense of control so absolute it approached transcendence. He had held the power of life and death, had chosen death, had enacted his will upon another human being with total impunity. And he wanted to do it again. 5 months later, Marcus Thompson, 27, a construction worker between jobs, disappeared after leaving a bar on Detroit's west side. His body surfaced 3 weeks later in a burned-out warehouse, the fire damage obscuring many forensic details, but not the clear evidence of strangulation. The positioning of the body, hands folded, body arranged with eerie precision, echoed Patricia Daniels' murder, but nobody made the connection. Different precincts, different detectives, different neighborhoods. The dots remained unconnected. Brown had been careful to vary his hunting grounds, to avoid establishing an obvious pattern. He understood that serial killers often betrayed themselves through predictability. The same type of victim, the same location, the same method creating a signature that investigators could recognize and track. So he diversified. Men and women, different ages, different races, different parts of the city. The only consistency was the method: manual strangulation, that intimate form of killing that required sustained physical contact, that let him feel the exact moment when life became death. Between 1990 and 1995, at least 7 people died by Brown's hands, though only 4 were eventually attributed to him with certainty. The others remained mysteries, bodies discovered with similar characteristics but never definitively linked to a single perpetrator. Brown moved through this period like a ghost, killing when the urge struck him, then retreating back into ordinary life. He held various jobs: warehouse work, delivery driving, occasional construction. He maintained a small apartment. He had acquaintances, though no close friends. He presented no red flags, raised no alarms, generated no suspicion. This is what makes Brown's case so particularly chilling. He wasn't operating from the margins of society, some obviously disturbed loner that everyone avoided. He was functionally integrated into normal life while simultaneously conducting a private campaign of murder. He could kill someone on a Friday night and show up for work Monday morning without anyone noticing anything amiss. The compartmentalization was absolute. By the mid-1990s, his confidence had grown. The killings became slightly more frequent, the victim selection more opportunistic. He no longer required extensive planning or specific targets. Instead, he developed the ability to identify vulnerability on sight: the person walking alone at night, the individual whose disappearance might not be immediately noticed, the victim whose guard was down. He became expert at reading human behavior, at identifying those brief windows of opportunity when someone was isolated, unobserved, available. The actual mechanics of his attacks followed a consistent pattern. He would approach his target, often engaging them in casual conversation first, establishing a false sense of security. Brown could be charming when necessary, disarming, the kind of person who didn't trigger defensive instincts. Then, when the moment was right, when the victim's attention wandered or they were sufficiently isolated, he would strike with sudden, overwhelming force. The strangulation itself was prolonged. Medical examiners would later note that his victims showed signs of extended asphyxiation. He wasn't simply cutting off the airway until unconsciousness occurred and then stopping. He continued applying pressure long after death had technically occurred, crushing the throat structures, ensuring absolute finality. This wasn't passionate killing, the explosive violence of rage or panic. This was methodical, controlled, almost workmanlike in its thoroughness. And afterward, that strange ritualistic positioning. Always the hands folded, always the body arranged with care. Investigators would eventually theorize about the meaning of this behavior. Some suggested it indicated remorse or respect for the dead. Others argued it was a form of control, a final assertion of dominance over the victim's very corpse. Brown himself would later offer no satisfactory explanation. Perhaps he didn't fully understand his own motivations. Perhaps he simply enjoyed the aesthetic of it, the way a murderer might appreciate the composition of his work. By 1998, Whispers had begun circulating among Detroit's law enforcement community about a possible pattern. Different detectives working different cases started noticing similarities. The strangulation, the positioning, the victim profiles that seemed random yet somehow connected. But Detroit's police department was drowning in unsolved homicides, struggling with budget cuts and personnel shortages. The investigation that should have coalesced remained fragmented, pieces of the puzzle scattered across different desks, different precincts, different filing systems. Brown continued killing. The number of victims climbed. And with each successful murder, with each body that was discovered without leading back to him, his sense of invincibility deepened. He had discovered the perfect crime, or rather, he had discovered that in a city suffocating under its own violence, murder could become just another statistic, another file that went cold, another family's private agony that the system was too overwhelmed to address. The late 1990s marked a particularly dark period in Brown's killing spree. Evidence suggests he may have murdered as many as 6 people between 1998 and 2000, though definitive proof remains elusive for some of these deaths. The bodies were discovered in various states of decomposition, in abandoned buildings, in isolated areas of the city's industrial wastelands, in locations that suggested the killer knew Detroit's geography intimately, knew where bodies could be left without immediate discovery, where the urban decay had progressed to the point that human remains might lie undisturbed for weeks or months. Each victim's final moments followed a similar horror. The approach, the false security, then the sudden transformation as Brown revealed his true nature. The struggle, brief and futile, against someone who had perfected this particular form of killing. The desperate fight for air, for life, for just a few more seconds of existence. The gradual dimming of consciousness as oxygen deprivation took its toll. The final surrender to death. And then Brown's hands, continuing their work even after the struggle had ceased, making absolutely certain that his victim would never wake, never identify him, never escape. He left minimal evidence. No DNA technology existed yet that could trace him through skin cells or microscopic transfers. He wore gloves during the killings themselves, understanding that fingerprints could betray him. He selected locations where witnesses were unlikely, where security cameras didn't exist, where the urban environment itself provided cover. He had become, in every practical sense, the perfect predator, invisible until the moment of attack, vanishing completely afterward, leaving behind only questions and corpses. Understanding how Kenyal Brown killed requires examining not just the physical acts but the psychology that enabled them. Murder on this scale, sustained over years, demands more than simple violence. It requires dedication, discipline, and a complete absence of the emotional mechanisms that prevent most human beings from taking another person's life. Brown's method of killing, manual strangulation, is particularly revealing. Unlike stabbing, shooting, or bludgeoning, strangulation is intensely personal. It requires sustained physical contact, often for several minutes. The killer must feel the victim's struggles diminishing, must watch their face as consciousness fades, must maintain pressure through the body's final convulsions and beyond. Cannot be done from a distance. It cannot be accomplished in a moment of blind rage and then immediately regretted. It is intimate, prolonged, and absolutely deliberate. Most people cannot strangle another human being. The physical proximity, the duration, the victim's desperate resistance, these elements trigger powerful psychological barriers even in individuals predisposed toward violence. But Brown had either never developed these barriers or had systematically dismantled them through his early killings. By the time he had murdered his 3rd or 4th victim, strangulation had become simply a technique, something he had mastered and refined through practice. The actual mechanics of his strangulation method showed disturbing sophistication. Forensic analysis of his victims revealed that Brown typically attacked from behind or from the side, using his body weight and positioning to maximize leverage while minimizing his victim's ability to fight back effectively. He would compress both the carotid arteries and the trachea simultaneously, cutting off blood flow to the brain while simultaneously blocking the airway. This dual approach caused unconsciousness within seconds, though he continued applying pressure for minutes afterward, ensuring that even if some spark of consciousness remained, it would be extinguished completely. The pressure required for this method is substantial. Medical examiners noted crushed laryngeal structures, fractured hyoid bones, extensive bruising and hemorrhaging in the throat tissues. Brown wasn't simply applying enough force to kill. He was applying enough force to destroy, to physically mangle the delicate structures of the human throat. This suggested either immense physical strength or, more likely, a complete commitment to the act, a willingness to apply maximum force without hesitation or restraint. Victim selection revealed another dimension of Brown's methodology. While he appeared to choose targets opportunistically, there was underlying logic to his selections. He gravitated toward individuals who were isolated in some way, socially, economically, or geographically. People whose disappearance might not trigger immediate alarm. Sex workers, who operated in dangerous circumstances and whose absence might be attributed to the inherent risks of their profession. Homeless individuals, whose movements were unpredictable and whose connections to stable social networks were tenuous. People between jobs, between relationships, between addresses, those caught in life's transitional moments when they were most vulnerable and least visible. This wasn't accidental. Brown understood that the key to sustained killing was victim selection. Choose the wrong target, someone well-connected, whose disappearance would generate immediate investigation, and the entire enterprise collapsed. But choose correctly, select those whose absence would be noted slowly if at all, and murder could continue indefinitely. Consider the case of Angela Martinez, murdered in 2001. She was working as a night clerk at a budget motel on Detroit's East Side, a job that kept her isolated during the graveyard shift when foot traffic dwindled to almost nothing. Brown apparently entered the motel around 3 in the morning, engaged her in conversation, then attacked when no other customers were present and the building was otherwise empty. Her body was discovered by the morning shift clerk, positioned behind the counter with her hands folded, dead for approximately 4 hours. The surveillance system had mysteriously malfunctioned that night, a problem that occurred with frustrating frequency in the building's aging infrastructure. Whether Brown had sabotaged it or simply recognized its absence isn't clear. What is clear is that he had scouted the location, understood its vulnerabilities, and exploited them perfectly. Angela Martinez's murder demonstrated not spontaneous violence but careful planning, reconnaissance, and execution. Or examine the death of Raymond Booker, a 63-year-old retiree who lived alone in a small house in a declining neighborhood. His body was discovered by neighbors after mail accumulated for several days. He had been strangled in his own home, in his own living room, suggesting that Brown had somehow gained entry, possibly by posing as a utility worker, a census taker, or simply someone needing directions. Once inside, Brown had executed his technique with familiar precision, then arranged Booker's body on the couch, hands folded, before exiting the house without anyone noticing anything unusual. The audacity of killing someone in their own home, in broad daylight, spoke to Brown's growing confidence. He no longer restricted himself to isolated locations or nighttime attacks. He had murdered enough times, had escaped detection so consistently, that he believed himself essentially untouchable. And the evidence supported that belief. Years had passed, bodies had accumulated, and still no arrest had occurred. No suspect had emerged. The investigation remained fragmented and ineffective. Part of the problem lay in the nature of serial murder investigation itself. Unlike television portrayals, real serial killer investigations are messy, complicated, and frequently unsuccessful. The term serial killer wasn't even widely used in law enforcement until the 1970s, and protocols for identifying patterns across multiple murders were still developing through the 1990s and early 2000s. Different jurisdictions often failed to share information effectively. Databases that might have connected similar murders across geographic boundaries were incomplete or non-existent. And in overwhelmed police departments like Detroit's, where detectives were juggling dozens of active cases, the analytical time required to spot subtle patterns across multiple murders simply wasn't available. Brown had chosen his hunting ground wisely. In a city with lower murder rates, with better resourced police departments, with more extensive forensic capabilities, he likely would have been caught much earlier. But Detroit provided the perfect environment for his particular form of predation. A place where violence was common enough that his murders could blend into the background noise, where the system was overwhelmed enough that careful analysis became a luxury rather than standard practice. His cooling-off periods, the time between murders, varied considerably. Sometimes months would pass without a confirmed victim. Other times, bodies appeared in rapid succession, suggesting that whatever internal pressure drove Brown to kill had intensified to the point where satisfaction required more frequent release. Psychologists who later studied his case noted this pattern as consistent with serial killers whose motivation stemmed from internal psychological needs rather than external circumstances. He wasn't killing for profit, for revenge, or to eliminate witnesses. He was killing because something inside him demanded it. The psychological mechanisms that enable serial murder remain imperfectly understood despite decades of research. How does a person transition from ordinary citizen to someone who systematically murders strangers? Some researchers emphasize childhood trauma, others point to neurological abnormalities, still others focus on social factors that create conditions where violence becomes normalized. In Brown's case, no single explanation seems sufficient. He wasn't the product of obvious abuse. He showed no signs of psychotic breaks from reality. He understood perfectly well that murder was wrong in both legal and moral terms. He simply didn't care. This speaks to a particular category of serial killer, the ones driven not by delusion or compulsion beyond their control, but by what can only be described as appetite. Brown killed because he enjoyed it. The act of taking a life provided him with satisfaction that nothing else in his existence could match. The power, the control, the sheer audacity of ending another person's existence and then walking away, these elements fed something fundamental in his psychology, something that demanded regular satisfaction. Between 2002 and 2005, the pace of killing accelerated. Law enforcement would eventually attribute at least 6 murders to this period, though the actual number may have been higher. Brown's confidence had reached its zenith. He operated with near impunity, selecting targets with minimal planning, executing his technique with mechanical efficiency, then returning to his ordinary life as though nothing had occurred. The brutality of these later murders showed no evidence of escalation in the typical sense. He wasn't becoming more violent or sadistic in his methods. Instead, the brutality remained consistent, which was somehow more disturbing. Brown had established a level of violence that satisfied him, and he maintained it with remarkable consistency across dozens of victims. Each murder was executed with the same thoroughness, the same attention to detail, the same ritualistic positioning afterward. He had industrialized murder, treating it not as an emotional act but as a technical process to be performed correctly each time. Forensic evidence from this period revealed microscopic traces that would eventually prove crucial. Fiber evidence, though not definitive on its own, began accumulating across multiple crime scenes, synthetic fibers consistent with the kind of work gloves Brown wore during his killings. Soil samples from several bodies showed unusual mineral compositions that would later be traced to specific areas of Detroit's industrial district where Brown had worked or lived. These were small pieces of a larger puzzle, individually meaningless but collectively forming a pattern that would eventually point toward a single perpetrator. But in 2005, nobody had assembled that puzzle yet. Brown remained free, unidentified, continuing his campaign of murder with the same methodical precision that had served him for 15 years. The investigation existed only in fragments, different detectives in different precincts noticing similarities but lacking the resources or institutional support to pursue comprehensive pattern analysis. The victims' families grieved alone, unaware that their loved ones' deaths were connected to a single man's 2-decade killing spree. Brown's ability to compartmentalize his murders from the rest of his life remained absolute. Co-workers described him as quiet but unremarkable. Landlords remembered him as a tenant who paid rent on time and generated no complaints. He maintained casual friendships, held conversations, participated in ordinary social interactions without ever betraying the darkness that dominated his private actions. This mask of normalcy was perhaps his most effective weapon. It rendered him invisible in plain sight, allowed him to move through society without triggering the suspicion that might have led to his earlier capture. Every predator eventually makes a mistake. The question is whether anyone notices before the next victim falls. For Kenyal Brown, That mistake came in the form of advancing technology and the persistence of a single detective who refused to accept that 17 unsolved strangulation murders across Metro Detroit were simply coincidence. Detective Sarah Chun had joined Detroit's Homicide Division in 2003, bringing with her a background in data analysis that was unusual for law enforcement at the time. While her colleagues relied primarily on traditional investigative techniques, witness interviews, physical evidence, informant networks, Chun understood that patterns could be identified through systematic comparison of case details across multiple incidents. She was among the first generation of detectives to truly embrace digital databases and computational analysis as investigative tools. In 2006, Chun was assigned to investigate the murder of Denise Warren, a 41-year-old librarian whose body had been discovered in her apartment by worried colleagues after she failed to show up for work for 3 consecutive days. The cause of death was immediately apparent: manual strangulation, with the characteristic crushing of the throat structures that indicated prolonged and excessive force. The positioning of the body, hands folded across the chest, struck Chun as oddly ritualistic, suggesting a level of control and deliberation that contradicted the scene's otherwise minimal evidence of struggle. Rather than treating this as an isolated incident, Chun began researching similar cases across Detroit's recent history. What she discovered alarmed her. Using the department's rudimentary digital case management system, she identified 13 other murders over the preceding 16 years that shared key characteristics: manual strangulation with excessive force, victims from diverse backgrounds and locations, ritualistic positioning of bodies, and minimal physical evidence left at the scenes. The pattern was unmistakable once someone actually looked for it. Chen's superiors were initially skeptical. Detroit averaged hundreds of murders annually. Finding commonalities across a handful wasn't unusual and didn't necessarily indicate a serial killer. The department's resources were already stretched impossibly thin. Dedicating personnel to chase what might be a phantom pattern seemed like an unjustifiable luxury when dozens of fresh cases demanded immediate attention. But Chun persisted. She expanded her search parameters, incorporating cases from neighboring jurisdictions, examining unsolved strangulations dating back to 1990. The pattern strengthened. At least 17 murders, possibly more, displayed the same distinctive characteristics. The geographic distribution covered Metro Detroit but showed concentration in specific neighborhoods where Brown had lived or worked. The timeline stretched across 2 decades, with clusters of activity followed by cooling-off periods. Everything about the pattern suggested a single perpetrator operating with remarkable consistency and discipline. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Advanced DNA analysis techniques, developed in the early 2000s but only gradually adopted by cash-strapped police departments, had become sophisticated enough to extract usable genetic profiles from degraded or minimal biological samples. Chun convinced her superiors to authorize retesting of physical evidence from several of the suspected serial murders, using these new techniques to search for traces that earlier analysis had missed. The results vindicated her instincts. Touch DNA, skin cells transferred through brief contact, was recovered from the clothing of 3 different victims spanning a decade. The genetic profiles matched, confirming that the same individual had come into physical contact with multiple victims. Moreover, the DNA didn't match any profile in the existing criminal database, suggesting that the killer had no prior serious criminal record, another confirmation of Brown's ability to operate beneath law enforcement's radar. But having a DNA profile wasn't the same as having a suspect. Without a match in the database, the genetic evidence merely confirmed what Chen already believed, that a serial killer was operating in Detroit, without identifying who that killer might be. The investigation entered a new phase, one that required combining traditional detective work with the emerging science of forensic genetics and geographical profiling. Chan assembled a small task force, pulling together detectives from multiple precincts who had worked these cases. They began constructing a comprehensive profile of the killer based on accumulated evidence. The geographic distribution of murders suggested someone intimately familiar with Detroit's layout, particularly its industrial and declining residential areas. The victim selection indicated someone who could identify vulnerable individuals and approach them without triggering alarm. Someone who appeared non-threatening, possibly even friendly. The consistency of the methodology suggested discipline, patience, and the ability to maintain rigid self-control between murders. The psychological profile painted a picture of a highly organized serial killer, someone who planned his attacks, controlled the crime scenes, left minimal evidence, and successfully compartmentalized his murderous activities from his daily life. This type of killer was among the most difficult to catch precisely because they blended so thoroughly into normal society. The task force began conducting what law enforcement calls linkage analysis, examining not just the murders themselves but the broader context of where and when they occurred. They mapped victim locations, dump sites, and the estimated times of death. They researched which businesses, bus routes, and public facilities connected these various locations. They were searching for intersection points, places where the killer's ordinary movements might overlap with the locations of his crimes. This geographical analysis revealed something crucial. Several of the dump sites clustered near areas where Brown had worked during the relevant time periods, though investigators didn't yet know Brown's identity. The pattern suggested someone whose employment or regular activities brought them into contact with these specific neighborhoods. It was a small clue, one piece of a vastly complex puzzle, but it narrowed the investigation's focus. Meanwhile, Chun authorized a controversial step: familial DNA searching. This technique, still new and legally contested in 2007, involved comparing the killer's DNA profile not against known criminals, but against their genetic relatives who might be in the database for unrelated reasons. The idea was that even if the killer himself had no record, a sibling, cousin, or parent might, and their genetic similarity could point investigators in the right direction. The search generated a partial match. A man named Marcus Brown, arrested years earlier for minor drug possession, shared enough genetic markers with the killer to suggest a close biological relationship, likely a brother or son. Further investigation revealed that Marcus had a brother named Kenyal, 5 years older, with no criminal record but a history of transient employment in warehouse and delivery jobs across Metro Detroit. Kenyal Brown suddenly became a person of interest. Detectives began piecing together his history, his movements, his employment records over the past 2 decades. The correlations were striking. Brown had lived or worked near multiple victim dump sites. His employment gaps coincided with clusters of murders. His known addresses during different time periods aligned with the geographic distribution of the killing spree. But suspicion wasn't proof. The task force needed concrete evidence that would stand up in court, that would definitively link Brown to one or more of the murders. They began surveillance, watching his movements, documenting his routines, waiting for an opportunity to obtain a direct DNA sample that could be legally compared to the profile from the crime scenes. The waiting was agonizing. Chun and her team knew they were watching a serial killer go about his daily life, but they lacked the legal basis for arrest. They needed either a voluntary DNA sample, which Brown was unlikely to provide, or evidence obtained through legitimate means that could be used to establish probable cause. The opportunity came in February 2008. Brown was observed eating at a fast food restaurant and discarding his cup and napkins in the trash. The moment he left, detectives retrieved these items, abandoned property, legally obtainable without a warrant. The DNA extracted from saliva on the cup rim was compared to the crime scene profiles. Perfect match. 17 years after his first confirmed murder, Kenyal Brown was finally identified. But identification wasn't capture. The task force spent weeks building their case, ensuring that every piece of evidence would withstand legal scrutiny, that nothing would be thrown out on procedural grounds, that when they moved to arrest Brown, the case against him would be unassailable. They investigated his current situation, his daily patterns, his potential for flight risk. Brown was living in a small apartment on Detroit's east side, working sporadically at a warehouse facility. He maintained his ordinary existence, completely unaware that decades of careful work, of successful evasion, were about to collapse around him. The arrest was planned with precision. On March 12, 2008, a team of heavily armed officers approached Brown's apartment in the early morning hours. They had a warrant not just for his arrest, but for a comprehensive search of his residence. The fear was that Brown, if given any warning, might flee or destroy evidence or, worst of all, harm himself before justice could be served. Brown answered the door in his pajamas, blinking against the flashlights and weapons pointed at him. The confusion on his face appeared genuine. For a moment, he seemed unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, as the officers announced his arrest for multiple counts of murder, something shifted in his expression. The confusion evaporated, replaced by a flat, emotionless acceptance that was somehow more chilling than any display of surprise or protest would have been. He didn't resist, didn't deny the charges, didn't ask questions. He simply allowed himself to be handcuffed and led away, his apartment left to the forensic teams who would spend the next 72 hours meticulously documenting every inch of his living space. What they found there would provide the final pieces of the puzzle. Brown had kept souvenirs, small personal items from his victims, objects that held meaning only to him and to the people he had murdered. A ring, a watch, a driver's license. These trophies were hidden carefully, wrapped in cloth and stored in a locked box underneath his bed. Each one represented a life he had taken, a person he had erased from existence. Also discovered were notebooks containing what could only be described as logs, dates, locations, brief descriptions written in Brown's cramped handwriting. He had documented his murders, kept records of his killing spree, maintained an archive of his crimes. Whether this served some psychological need or was simply his way of organizing his activities remained unclear. What was certain was that these notebooks provided investigators with confirmation of murders they had suspected were his work but had been unable to definitively prove. The arrest made local and eventually national news. Metro Detroit serial killer captured after 2-decade killing spree read the headlines. Families of the victims experienced a complex mixture of emotions: relief that the killer had finally been caught, anguish that justice had come too late for their loved ones, horror at learning that the murders they had mourned in isolation were connected to so many others. Brown was held without bail, charged initially with 17 counts of first-degree murder, with the possibility of additional charges as investigators continued analyzing the evidence from his apartment and comparing it to unsolved cases across Metro Detroit and beyond. The legal proceedings against Kenyal Brown would eventually consume 2 years, though the outcome was never seriously in doubt. The evidence against him was overwhelming, DNA linking him definitively to multiple victims, the souvenirs from his apartment matched to specific missing persons, the notebooks detailing his crimes, and perhaps most damning, his own eventual partial confession during police interrogation. That confession, however, revealed as much about what we don't understand about serial killers as it explained about Brown's specific crimes. During his initial interrogation, Brown was offered the opportunity to explain himself, to provide context for 2 decades of murder. What emerged wasn't the raving of a madman or the justifications of someone who believed their actions were righteous. Instead, Brown spoke with disturbing casualness about his killings, describing them in technical terms, focusing on methodology rather than motivation. When asked why he killed, Brown offered only vague responses. He spoke about the feeling it gave him, the sense of control and power, the way that murdering someone made him feel real in a way that nothing else in his life did. He acknowledged understanding that murder was wrong, that his victims were human beings whose lives had value, but these acknowledgments seemed purely intellectual rather than emotional. He knew he had done terrible things, but he felt no remorse about them. Psychologists who evaluated Brown diagnosed him with severe antisocial personality disorder, the clinical term for what popular culture often calls sociopathy or psychopathy. He displayed the characteristic features: complete lack of empathy, inability to form genuine emotional bonds, persistent manipulation of others, and absence of guilt or remorse. Combined with other factors, his intelligence, his patience, his ability to plan and execute complex activities, this psychological profile created the perfect foundation for serial murder. But diagnosis isn't explanation. Understanding what Brown was didn't explain why he became that way or how he managed to operate undetected for so long. The forensic psychologists who studied his case could describe his pathology in clinical terms but couldn't fully explain the origins of the darkness that drove him. The trial itself was almost anticlimactic. Brown's defense attorneys, recognizing the impossibility of acquittal, focused their efforts on avoiding the death penalty. They argued that Brown's psychological disorders constituted mitigating factors, that executing someone for actions driven by fundamental deficits in their neurological capacity for empathy was unjust. The prosecution countered that Brown's obvious intelligence and careful planning demonstrated he understood exactly what he was doing and had chosen to do it anyway, repeatedly, across 20 years. The families of the victims attended the proceedings, filling the courtroom with their grief and anger. One by one, they testified during the penalty phase about the people Brown had murdered. Patricia Daniels, who loved gardening and made her children breakfast every morning before school. Marcus Thompson, who volunteered at a youth center teaching basketball to neighborhood kids. Angela Martinez, who sent money every month to support her elderly mother in Mexico. Raymond Booker, who had served in Vietnam and spent his retirement volunteering at the VA hospital. These testimonies transformed the victims from statistics into human beings, restored the humanity that Brown had stripped from them when he reduced them to objects of his violence. The prosecutor methodically worked through 17 separate murders, detailing each one, describing the terror and suffering Brown had inflicted, connecting each crime scene photograph to a real person with a real life that had been violently stolen. Brown showed no reaction throughout these testimonies. He sat at the defense table, face expressionless, occasionally conferring quietly with his attorneys but displaying no apparent emotional response to the parade of grief and accusation. Some observers interpreted this as defiant sociopathy, others as dissociation from the reality of what he had done. Brown himself offered no explanation for his demeanor. The jury deliberated for less than 8 hours before returning with guilty verdicts on all 17 counts of first-degree murder. The conviction surprised no one. The evidence was simply too overwhelming, the pattern too clear, Brown's own partial admissions too damning. The real question was sentencing, and that decision would take an additional week of testimony and deliberation. Michigan had abolished the death penalty in 1846, making it one of the first English-speaking jurisdictions in the world to do so. This meant that regardless of the brutality of his crimes, Brown would not face execution. Instead, the judge sentenced him to 17 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, a symbolic gesture more than a practical one, since a single life sentence would have accomplished the same end. But the symbolism mattered. Each life term represented a victim, an acknowledgement that 17 separate human beings had been murdered, 17 families had been destroyed, 17 futures had been erased. Before sentencing, Brown was given the opportunity to address the court. His attorneys advised against it, fearing he might say something that would inflame the situation or provide grounds for future legal complications. But Brown insisted. He stood, shackled and wearing the orange jumpsuit of the convicted, and spoke for less than 3 minutes. What he said chilled everyone present. He offered no apology, no expression of remorse. Instead, he spoke clinically about his crimes, acknowledging them matter-of-factly, describing his actions as though discussing someone else's behavior. He stated that he understood why society needed to imprison him, that he recognized his actions were incompatible with civilization, but he expressed no regret about what he had done. The closest he came to emotion was a brief moment when he described the feeling of killing as the only time I felt completely myself. Then he sat down and that was it. No dramatic breakdown, no tearful confession, no moment of human connection where the monster revealed himself to be something more complicated. Just a cold acknowledgement of facts and a complete absence of the guilt that defines our shared humanity. The judge, a veteran of countless murder trials, later described Brown as the most disturbing defendant she had ever encountered, not because of theatrical evil or dramatic malevolence, but because of his utter emptiness. She said it was like sentencing a void that happened to occupy a human body. Brown was transferred to Michigan's most secure correctional facility, where he would spend the remainder of his life in administrative segregation, solitary confinement for all practical purposes, with minimal human contact and no possibility of ever walking free again. He was 43 years old. If he lived to average life expectancy, he would spend another 35 years in that cell, alone with whatever thoughts occupy a mind that found satisfaction in strangling strangers. But the story doesn't end with Brown's imprisonment. The ripples of his crimes continue spreading outward, affecting lives in ways both obvious and subtle. The families of the victims formed a support group, finding in each other the only people who could truly understand the specific horror of losing someone to a serial killer. Their grief was complicated by the knowledge that their loved ones' deaths were not random tragedies but calculated murders, that each victim had been selected and killed by someone who treated murder as a hobby, a diversion, a source of satisfaction. Several victims had gone years without their families knowing what had happened to them. Missing persons cases that had grown cold suddenly had answers, though those answers provided no comfort. Parents who had spent a decade wondering if their child might still be alive somewhere, who had harbored desperate hopes of an eventual reunion, now faced the definitive knowledge that their child had died violently decades earlier, murdered by a man who felt nothing about ending their life. The investigation into Brown's crimes continued even after his conviction. Detectives worked to identify additional victims, comparing his known movements and employment history against unsolved murders across not just Metro Detroit, but throughout Michigan and neighboring states. He had traveled for various jobs over the years, had lived briefly in several different cities, and investigators feared his killing spree might extend beyond the 17 confirmed murders. Several cold cases showed characteristics consistent with Brown's methodology: the manual strangulation, the excessive force, the ritualistic positioning. But without definitive physical evidence linking him to these crimes, they remained officially unsolved. Brown himself refused to discuss any murders beyond those for which he had been convicted, offering neither confirmations nor denials when questioned about additional potential victims. This created a painful limbo for some families. They believed their loved one might have been one of Brown's victims. The circumstances and manner of death matched his pattern, but they could never know with certainty. Brown took that knowledge with him into his cell and showed no inclination to provide closure to anyone. The law enforcement community studied Brown's case extensively, using it as a teaching example for how serial killers could operate undetected in urban environments where high murder rates and limited resources created blind spots in investigative work. The case highlighted the critical importance of information sharing between jurisdictions, of maintaining comprehensive databases that could identify patterns across multiple incidents, and of dedicating resources to cold case analysis even when fresh murders demanded immediate attention. Detective Sarah Chun, whose persistence had finally identified Brown as the Metro Detroit serial killer, received numerous commendations for her work, but found little satisfaction in them. In interviews years later, she spoke about the frustration of knowing that if the investigation had been more coordinated earlier, if the pattern had been recognized sooner, some of Brown's later victims might still be alive. The praise felt hollow when measured against 17 dead bodies and the families they left behind. The city of Detroit itself struggled to process what Brown's crimes revealed about its own vulnerabilities. The fact that a serial killer had operated freely for 2 decades, killing with impunity, spoke to systemic failures, inadequate funding for law enforcement, overwhelmed investigative departments, communities so traumatized by violence that individual murders could disappear into statistical noise. Brown hadn't succeeded because he was a criminal mastermind. He had succeeded because he chose to hunt in an environment where the predators outnumbered the resources available to stop them. Some good did emerge from the horror. Michigan implemented new protocols for tracking and analyzing homicides, creating centralized databases that made pattern recognition across jurisdictions easier and more reliable. Funding for cold case units increased, though never to adequate levels. Training programs for detectives began emphasizing the signs of potential serial murder, teaching officers to look for connections across seemingly unrelated killings. But these systemic improvements, while important, could not undo the damage Brown had inflicted. 17 people remained dead. 17 families continued living with grief that would never fully heal. And hundreds of people who had encountered Brown over the years, who had spoken with him, worked alongside him, lived near him, had to reconcile the ordinary person they remembered with the monster the evidence revealed him to be. This is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the Kenyal Brown case. It demonstrated that evil doesn't always announce itself, that a person can be simultaneously normal and monstrous, can participate in ordinary life while conducting a private campaign of murder, can look and sound and behave like everyone else while carrying within them an emptiness so profound that human life holds no value. The psychological literature on serial killers often focuses on the question of nature versus nurture, whether these individuals are born with fundamental defects or shaped by traumatic experiences. Brown's case offered no clear answer. His childhood was unremarkable, his upbringing neither particularly privileged nor notably abusive. Yet he developed into someone capable of strangling 17 people to death without remorse. Something was missing in his psychological makeup from the beginning, or something crucial failed to develop properly, or some combination of factors created a perfect storm of pathology. We still don't fully understand it. For all our advances in neuroscience and psychology, the fundamental question remains unanswered. What transforms a human being into someone who can systematically murder strangers and feel nothing but satisfaction? Brown provided no insights. His explanations were vague, his self-understanding limited. He knew what he was, but not why he was that way. As of 2025, Kenyal Brown remains incarcerated in solitary confinement, now 59 years old. He receives minimal contact with other inmates or staff, spends 23 hours a day in his cell, and will never experience freedom again. Reports from correctional officers describe him as a model prisoner, compliant with rules, nonviolent, keeping to himself. He reads extensively, mostly true crime books, according to prison records, which adds another layer of disturbing irony to his story. He has given no additional interviews since his sentencing statement. His attorneys report that he maintains his innocence regarding any murders beyond the 17 for which he was convicted, though this seems more like legal strategy than genuine denial. He knows he will die in prison regardless, so there is no practical incentive for him to confess to additional crimes, and some psychological disincentive to surrender his final secrets. The victims' families, meanwhile, continue navigating their grief. Some have become advocates for victims' rights, channeling their pain into activism aimed at improving support services for families of murder victims. Others have retreated from public view, seeking privacy to process their trauma away from media attention. All of them carry the weight of knowing that the person they loved died terrified and alone at the hands of someone who felt nothing about ending their life. There are no satisfying conclusions to stories like this one. No redemption arc where the killer achieves genuine remorse and understanding. No moment of transformative justice that makes the horror worthwhile. Brown killed 17 people, was caught, was convicted, and will die in prison. That is the entirety of the resolution. It is blunt, unsatisfying, and devoid of the meaning we crave when confronting such profound evil. What remains is a series of lessons, painful and incomplete. We learned that serial killers can hide in plain sight for decades if circumstances favor them. We learned that resource-starved police departments will miss patterns that seem obvious in retrospect. We learned that some people are born or become so fundamentally broken that they can end human lives as casually as we might discard trash. We learned that evil doesn't need elaborate justification or dramatic presentation. Sometimes it just quietly does its work until someone finally notices. The 17 people Kenyal Brown murdered deserved better than to become statistics in a serial killer's tally. They were Patricia Daniels, Marcus Thompson, Angela Martinez, Raymond Booker, Denise Warren, and 12 others whose names should be remembered as more than victims. They had lives, dreams, relationships, futures. They laughed and cried and loved and struggled and hoped. They were complete human beings, and Brown reduced them to objects, to notches in his private count, to bodies arranged with folded hands in abandoned buildings. Their families deserved better than decades of uncertainty followed by the horror of learning the truth. The communities where they lived deserved protection from a predator who operated freely for 20 years. The justice system that eventually caught and convicted Brown deserved the resources to have done so much earlier. But deserved means little when measured against reality. What happened, happened. 17 people were murdered. The killer was eventually caught. Justice, delayed and incomplete, was finally served. And somewhere in a prison cell, Kenyal Brown continues existing, serving as a reminder that the human capacity for evil remains one of our species' most disturbing and poorly understood characteristics. The abyss that Friedrich Nietzsche warned about, the one that stares back when we gaze into it, has a name and a face and a prison number. It sits in solitary confinement, reads books, eats meals, sleeps and wakes, and feels nothing about the 17 lives it ended. That, perhaps more than any other aspect of this case, is what should keep us awake at night. Not that monsters exist, but that they can look so perfectly human, that they can walk among us undetected, that they can reduce murder to routine and feel satisfied rather than horrified by what they've done. Detroit streets remember Kenyal Brown's crimes, though the city has worked hard to forget. The abandoned buildings where bodies were found have been demolished. The neighborhoods have changed, new residents replacing old, the geography of terror slowly being written over with ordinary life. But the memories persist in the people who lived through it, in the families who lost someone, in the detectives who worked the case, in the collective consciousness of a community that learned it had been stalked by death for 2 decades without realizing it. This is the true horror of the Metro Detroit serial killer case. Not the violence itself, disturbing as it was, but what it revealed about the fragility of safety, the limitations of justice, and the darkness that can hide behind an ordinary face. Kenyal Brown destroyed 17 lives and damaged hundreds more. He did it methodically, patiently, without remorse or hesitation. And he would likely be doing it still if not for advanced DNA technology and one detective's refusal to accept that 17 similar murders were just coincidence. The story ends not with triumph but with grim acknowledgement. Evil was stopped, though not before it had accomplished terrible damage. Justice was served, though it came too late for the victims. The monster was caged, though the scars remain. And somewhere in America right now, there are almost certainly other predators operating with the same careful patience, the same absence of conscience, waiting to be identified before they too accumulate their own horrifying body count. This is what we learned from Kenyal Brown. This is the nightmare he left behind. And this is why we must remain vigilant, must fund our investigators properly, must never become so overwhelmed by violence that individual murders disappear into statistical noise. Because every single victim matters. Every single life has value. And every single predator must eventually face justice, no matter how long they've managed to hide in the shadows. The Metro Detroit serial killer is in prison. His victims are at peace. Their families continue grieving. And we are left to contemplate the uncomfortable truth that monsters are real, that they walk among us, and that recognizing them before they kill requires resources, attention, and a refusal to become numb to death. Kenyal Brown's reign of terror is over, but the lessons of his crimes remain, written in blood across 2 decades of Detroit's history, a permanent reminder of how easily evil can flourish when we fail to look closely enough at the darkness hiding in plain sight. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our 3rd story. Story 3. The Shadow Collector. Some men collect trophies. Travis Lewis collected final breaths. December frost clung to the windows of apartment 4B like desperate fingers, but inside, the air moved with something far colder than winter. Detective Sarah Chun would later tell psychiatrists that she smelled it before she saw it. Not death itself, but the ceremony of death. The apartment didn't reek of decay. It whispered of ritual. Travis Lewis had been gone for 3 hours when they found his masterpiece. Candles formed perfect circles around the body. 73 of them, each burned to a different height, each placed with mathematical precision. The victim, 24-year-old Rebecca Hollis, hung suspended from the ceiling by piano wire so thin it nearly disappeared into her skin. Her eyes were open. They shouldn't have been open, but Lewis wanted them open because he needed witnesses, even dead ones, to the art he believed he was creating. This was not his first canvas. This was his 16th. For 8 years, Travis Lewis had carved a trail across 4 states, leaving behind crime scenes so meticulously arranged that investigators initially believed they were dealing with an organized cult, not a single predator. He didn't just kill, he orchestrated. He composed symphonies in blood and terror, and every victim was a note in a song that only he could hear. But what made Lewis different from the monsters that came before him wasn't his body count. It was his patience, his restraint, his ability to live among us, completely invisible, while nursing an appetite so dark it swallowed light itself. This is the story of how evil learned to smile. This is the chronicle of Travis Lewis, the shadow collector, the patient surgeon, the man who turned human beings into installations of agony and called it transcendence. This is how he hunted. This is how he killed. This is how he finally fell. And this is why, even now, detectives check their locks twice before sleeping. Travis Michael Lewis entered the world on an October night in 1979, delivered into the hands of a father who saw weakness in everything and a mother who had already begun her slow disappearance into prescription bottles and afternoon silence. The house at 1847 Maple Drive looked like any other in suburban Ohio. Trim lawn, painted shutters, a basketball hoop hanging crooked over the driveway. But houses lie. They lie with their welcoming porches and their flower boxes, concealing what happens when the doors close and the curtains draw. Thomas Lewis worked as a machinist at the automotive plant, a job that left his hands scarred and his temper explosive. He believed in discipline the way some men believe in God, absolutely, violently, without question. Young Travis learned early that mistakes weren't teaching moments. They were blood lessons. When Travis was 7, he accidentally knocked over his father's beer while reaching for the salt shaker. Thomas didn't yell. He simply took the boy's hand and pressed it flat against the kitchen stove, holding it there for 3 seconds that stretched into forever. "Pain teaches what words cannot," Thomas said, his voice steady as a judge's. "You'll remember now." Travis remembered. He remembered everything. School offered no sanctuary. Travis was small for his age, his features soft and forgettable, the kind of child who could sit in a classroom for an entire year without a teacher learning his name. He spoke rarely, read constantly, and watched, always watching. Other children played with an abandon he found both fascinating and repulsive. They wasted energy on games, on laughter, on the meaningless currency of friendship. Travis invested his attention elsewhere. He was 9 when he killed his first living thing. The neighbor's cat, an orange tabby named Rusty, had developed the habit of sleeping on the warm hood of his father's truck. One afternoon, Travis lured the animal into the garage with pieces of turkey from his lunch. He'd been planning this for weeks, ever since he'd seen a documentary about Egyptian mummification. The Egyptians understood something, Travis thought. They understood that death wasn't an ending but a transformation, a doorway into a different kind of existence. He worked on Rusty for 3 hours in that garage, using tools from his father's workbench and techniques gleaned from library books on taxidermy and anatomy. The cat's screams bothered him at first, high, desperate sounds that seemed far too large for such a small creature. But then something shifted. The screams became data, information. Each cry told him how much pressure to apply, how deep to cut, how far he could push before the music stopped. When his mother found the remains 2 days later, hidden in a cardboard box behind the water heater, she stared at her son with an expression Travis had never seen before. Not anger, not disgust, fear. Pure, crystalline fear. She told no one, not his father, not the police. She simply made Travis help her bury the box in the backyard, and neither of them spoke of it again. But something had been born in that garage, something that had tasted possibility and found it delicious. High school arrived and Travis transformed. Not physically. He remained slight, unimposing, the kind of person you'd pass on the street and forget before the next intersection. But internally, he had become something else. A student of human behavior, a collector of weaknesses. He learned to mirror what people wanted to see, to shape his responses like clay until he fit whatever mold the situation required. He dated occasionally, careful to choose girls who were lonely, who mistook his intensity for depth. He joined the audiovisual club, discovering a talent for electronics and recording. He maintained a B average, good enough to avoid suspicion, not good enough to draw attention. And in the privacy of his bedroom, he filled notebooks with elaborate drawings, floor plans, device schematics, scenarios played out in meticulous detail, each one more complex than the last. The drawings were always of rooms, rooms with people in them, people who couldn't leave. After graduation, while his classmates scattered toward colleges and military service and dead-end jobs, Travis enrolled in a vocational program for heating and air conditioning repair. The choice puzzled his guidance counselor, who noted that Travis had scored high enough on his aptitude tests to pursue engineering. But Travis had his reasons. HVAC technicians entered people's homes with permission. They accessed crawl spaces and attics and basements. They were expected to be in places where they couldn't be seen. They were invisible by design. For 6 years, Travis Lewis worked as an HVAC technician in Columbus, Ohio, building a reputation for reliability and quiet competence. He showed up on time. He charged fair prices. He cleaned up after himself. Dozens of families welcomed him into their homes, never knowing that he photographed their key rings while they weren't looking, never suspecting that he memorized their security codes, their schedules, their habits. He wasn't ready yet. Not quite, but he was preparing. During this time, Travis began his secondary education, one that couldn't be found in any textbook. He studied the masters, though that word felt insufficient for what they truly were. Ted Bundy's manipulation tactics, Jeffrey Dahmer's ability to hide in plain sight, Dennis Rader's patient methodology. He consumed documentaries, court transcripts, police reports, forensic analyses. He learned from their mistakes. He noted where they had been sloppy, emotional, impulsive. Travis would not be impulsive. He also discovered something that disturbed him, though not in the way it should have. The killers he studied often spoke of their crimes with a detachment that bordered on confusion, as if they themselves didn't fully understand why they did what they did. They used words like urge and compulsion, describing themselves as passengers in their own bodies. Travis felt no such confusion. He knew exactly what he wanted to do and why. It wasn't a compulsion. It was a calling. His first victim was 23-year-old Jennifer Coates. He'd done the HVAC maintenance on her rental house twice, once in July to service the air conditioning, once in September to prepare the heating system for winter. Jennifer lived alone, worked as a pharmacy technician, kept irregular hours. She was kind to him, offering sweet tea and asking about his day. She had a small butterfly tattoo on her left wrist and a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. Travis watched her for 6 weeks before he made his move. He entered her home on a Tuesday night in November, using the key he had copied during his second service visit. Jennifer was asleep in her bedroom, her alarm clock glowing 2:47 a.m. Travis had planned every second of what came next. He'd rehearsed it so many times in his mind that the actual execution felt like muscle memory. She woke to find him standing beside her bed, silhouetted against the streetlight filtering through her curtains. She tried to scream. Travis had anticipated this. The rag soaked in chloroform pressed against her face before sound could fully form. Her struggles weakened, then stopped. He had approximately 40 minutes before she would begin to wake again. That night, Travis Lewis learned that his fantasies had been pale shadows compared to the reality. The control, the absolute sovereignty over another person's existence. Every choice became his to make. When she woke, what she saw, how long things lasted. He felt like a conductor standing before an orchestra, and every instrument played only for him. He kept Jennifer alive for 19 hours. The things he did in those hours cannot be fully detailed here, not because they are unknown, but because some descriptions serve only to traumatize rather than inform. The coroner's report ran to 47 pages. Forensic photographs showed levels of systematic brutality that made hardened detectives weep. Travis had worked on her with the patience of a craftsman, using tools he'd purchased and modified specifically for this purpose. He started with the extremities, fingers, toes, places where pain could be maximized while blood loss remained minimal. He'd soundproofed her bedroom using techniques from his HVAC training, installing acoustic foam panels that he'd carefully removed before leaving. He photographed everything using a camera mounted on a tripod, capturing angles that would help him remember, that would let him relive. When Jennifer finally died, from shock, from blood loss, from a body that simply couldn't endure anymore, Travis felt something that terrified him in its intensity. Not guilt, not remorse, disappointment. It had ended too quickly. He'd been too enthusiastic, too eager. He had wasted potential. Next time, he would be more careful. He cleaned the scene with professional precision, removing all trace evidence, taking his foam panels and his tools and his photographs. He left Jennifer arranged on her bed, her hands folded across her chest, her face cleaned of tears and blood. To the first officers on scene, it almost looked peaceful. Then they noticed her missing fingers, her carved torso, the precision cuts that formed patterns in her skin. The case went cold within 3 months. Travis Lewis was never interviewed. His service visits were part of the official property maintenance records, but so were visits from electricians, plumbers, and a carpet cleaner. He was a name on a list of names, forgotten before the investigation moved forward. And Travis, having now crossed the threshold that separates the ones who fantasize from the ones who act, began planning his next composition. He would wait 2 years before victim number 2. Patience, he'd learned from his studies, was the difference between the ones who got caught quickly and the ones who became legends. He would space his work carefully. He would vary his locations. He would leave no patterns except the ones he deliberately chose to leave. Because Travis Lewis had realized something profound during those 19 hours with Jennifer. This wasn't just about killing. It was about creation. It was about imposing his will onto the chaos of existence and proving that he alone understood what human beings were actually for. They were clay, and he was the sculptor. Over the next 8 years, Travis would refine his techniques across 4 states, developing a methodology so distinctive that the FBI would eventually create a dedicated task force to study his work. He became a ghost, a whisper of terror that drifted through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Michigan. He changed his appearance slightly between cities, grew a beard, shaved it, wore glasses, changed hairstyles. He worked various jobs that gave him access and mobility. Delivery driver, home inspector, cable technician, always the trusted visitor, always welcomed inside. His victim selection became more sophisticated. He sought specific physical types now, women between 20 and 35 living alone, physically fit enough to endure. He needed them strong because weak ones broke too quickly. He needed them isolated because screaming became problematic. He needed them trusting because coercion required less effort than force. And every single one of them let him in with a smile, never seeing the architect of agony standing in their doorway until it was far, far too late. Detective Vincent Reeves had been studying murder for 26 years when he first encountered the work of Travis Lewis. By then, Reeves had investigated 43 homicides, testified in 17 capital cases, and seen depths of human cruelty that turned his hair white before his 45th birthday. He thought nothing could shock him anymore. Then he walked into the crime scene at 2834 Riverside Avenue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and discovered he'd been wrong. The victim was 31-year-old Amanda Price, a dental hygienist who lived in a renovated factory loft overlooking the Allegheny River. Her neighbors described her as quiet, friendly, someone who said hello in the hallways and sometimes baked cookies for building events. She'd been dead for approximately 36 hours when the building superintendent, concerned about a missed rent payment, used his master key to check on her. He opened the door and started screaming before he was fully inside. Amanda hung from her bathroom ceiling, suspended by medical-grade chains threaded through hooks that had been drilled into the concrete. But it was the positioning that stopped Reeves in his tracks. She'd been arranged in a pose reminiscent of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, arms extended, legs spread, except her limbs had been broken in multiple places to achieve the exact angles. Mirrors surrounded her on all 4 walls, creating an infinite reflection that made it seem like dozens of Amandas hung in that space, all of them staring with eyes that had been forced open with surgical wire. On the floor beneath her body, written in her own blood, were coordinates: 40.4406 degrees north, 79.9959 degrees west. Reeves would later learn these were the exact GPS coordinates of the loft where she died. "He's signing his work now," Reeves muttered to his partner, Detective Maria Gonzalez. "This is the 3rd one in Pennsylvania alone. He wants us to know these are his." The forensic team worked the scene for 18 hours, photographing, measuring, collecting samples. The bathroom had been transformed into something between an operating theater and an art installation. Surgical tools, arranged in size order, sat cleaned and gleaming on a folding table. A portable generator had powered the lights that allowed the killer to work through the night. Soundproofing material covered the walls, the same industrial-grade foam used in recording studios. The medical examiner's preliminary report revealed systematic torture that had lasted between 8 and 12 hours. Cause of death was listed as exsanguination, but that clinical term couldn't capture the deliberate, methodical way Amanda Price had been taken apart. The killer had documented her injuries with surgical precision, shallow cuts that mapped nerve pathways, deeper incisions that explored muscle structure. He'd administered adrenaline injections to keep her conscious, saline to prevent fatal blood loss from occurring too quickly. He'd wanted her awake. He'd needed her to experience every moment. This was victim number 7 in what the FBI was now calling the geometric killer case, a name based on the mathematical precision of his crime scenes. But Reeves hated that designation. It was too clean, too abstract. This wasn't geometry. This was systematic devastation of human beings, and calling it anything else felt like surrendering to the killer's narrative. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit had developed a profile: white male, likely between 30 and 45 years old, above average intelligence, employed in a profession that allowed flexible scheduling and access to victims' homes. Probable history of childhood abuse, possible military or medical training, definitely a collector of true crime materials. He was organized to an extreme degree, patient, capable of long-term planning. The profile described approximately 4 million American men. What made this particular monster nearly impossible to track was his geographic spread and his patience. His attacks occurred across 4 states with no obvious connection between victims beyond their demographics. He waited months, sometimes over a year, between kills, allowing investigation trails to grow cold. He left minimal forensic evidence: no DNA, no fingerprints, no trace materials that couldn't be explained by legitimate service visits. Because that was his genius. Travis Lewis had discovered the perfect camouflage. In modern America, we invite strangers into our homes constantly. To fix our heating, install our cable, inspect our foundations, deliver our packages. We grant them access to our most private spaces, often while we're alone. We're conditioned to trust uniforms, work orders, professional courtesies. Travis Lewis wore that trust like a mask. Victim number 8 was found in a basement in Akron, Ohio. Victim 9 in a rented storage unit in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Each scene carried his signature: the mathematical precision, the arranged bodies, the evidence of prolonged suffering. And each time, investigators found themselves starting from zero because this predator left nothing useful behind. But patterns exist even when killers try to hide them. Detective Reeves began compiling data that went beyond the FBI's standard approach. He built spreadsheets tracking victim professions, vehicle types, last known locations, social media activity. He studied the crime scenes not for what was there, but for what was missing. And slowly, across months of obsessive analysis, something began to emerge. Every single victim had received home maintenance services in the 6 months before their deaths. The connection was almost invisible because of its ubiquity. In any given year, most people have someone service their home: plumbers, electricians, HVAC technicians, cable installers. But when Reeves cross-referenced the specific dates and companies, he found something interesting. 6 of the 9 victims had used the same regional HVAC chain, Comfort Zone Heating and Cooling, within 3 months of their deaths. The company operated across all 4 states where victims had been found. Reeves obtained employee records through a quietly executed warrant. Comfort Zone employed over 300 technicians across their service area. But when he filtered for technicians who had worked in multiple states, who had access to the victim's specific zip codes during the relevant timeframes, the list shrank dramatically. 7 names remained. One of them was Travis Lewis. On paper, Lewis looked almost admirably normal. Clean criminal record, steady employment history, valid driver's license with no violations. His employee reviews described him as competent and professional, quiet but thorough, punctual and respectful. The most interesting thing about Travis Lewis was how completely uninteresting he appeared. Reeves ran deeper checks. Lewis's financial records showed regular income, regular expenses, nothing suspicious. His rental history indicated he moved frequently but always paid on time, always left properties clean. Social media presence was minimal, a Facebook account with a generic profile picture and barely any activity. No red flags, no warning signs, just a ghost of a man moving through the world, leaving no impression at all, except in the nightmares of the families he'd destroyed. Victim number 10 was discovered before Reeves could move on his suspicions. Sarah Chun, a 27-year-old nurse, was found in her apartment in Ann Arbor, Michigan. The scene followed the now familiar pattern: chains, positioning, mirrors, mathematical arrangement. But this time, something had changed. The killer had made a mistake. A single hair caught in the chain mechanism, too short to be the victim's. DNA analysis would take weeks, but forensic technicians also found a partial fingerprint on the inside of the soundproofing material, the kind of print someone leaves when installing acoustic foam from behind. Travis Lewis had been meticulous for years, but perfection cannot be sustained forever. Fatigue creates errors. Overconfidence breeds carelessness. And something had changed in Lewis's psychological landscape. The gaps between his kills were shortening. 3 months between victims 9 and 10. 5 months before that, the patient predator was accelerating. Reeves assembled his evidence and took it to the FBI. The hair, the fingerprint, the employment records, the service call logs. It was all circumstantial, nothing that would survive a defense attorney's scrutiny in court. But it was enough for surveillance. For the next 7 weeks, Travis Lewis lived his life unaware that 8 federal agents tracked his every movement. They photographed him buying groceries. They noted his work schedule, his routines, his habits. They planted listening devices in his apartment, hoping for a confession, a phone call, anything that would provide probable cause for arrest. They heard nothing incriminating, just the sounds of a man living alone. Television noise, shower running, occasional music. Travis was careful even in privacy. He never spoke about his work. He made no suspicious purchases. His internet history was meticulously clean. No disturbing searches, no true crime research, no indication whatsoever that this man harbored a monster beneath his skin. But then surveillance captured something interesting. Travis had begun visiting construction supply stores, purchasing materials, chains, hooks, soundproofing foam, portable generators. Not unusual purchases for a maintenance technician, but the quantities raised questions. He was preparing for something. Victim number 11. The race was now against time. Reeves and his team knew another attack was imminent, but they didn't know where or when or who. They had probable cause now, enough to get warrants to search his apartment, to seize his devices. But they hesitated, wanting to catch him in the act, to build an absolutely airtight case. That hesitation cost Rebecca Hollis her life. Travis had selected Rebecca weeks earlier, during a routine HVAC maintenance call at her apartment complex. She was 24, worked as a graphic designer from home, lived alone, perfect in every terrible way. He'd copied her key during that service visit, photographed her routine, learned her patterns. On December 14th, he executed his plan. The arrest happened 3 hours too late. Police had been monitoring Lewis's apartment when he left, following him to Rebecca's building. They watched him enter with a key, carrying a large equipment bag. Standard operating procedure demanded they wait, gathering evidence, documenting his actions. They waited 17 minutes before breaching the door. 17 minutes was long enough. Rebecca Hollis was still alive when the tactical team crashed through her apartment door, but barely. Travis had already begun his ritual. The chains were up. The mirrors were positioned. Rebecca hung semi-conscious, bleeding from shallow cuts across her torso. The preliminary canvas work before the real horror began. Travis Lewis didn't run, didn't fight, didn't even seem particularly surprised. He simply stepped back from his work, raised his hands, and smiled at Detective Reeves with an expression that conveyed something beyond mere surrender. It was relief, the relief of an artist who'd been working in secret for years and could finally share his masterpiece with the world. The interrogation room at the FBI field office in Detroit measured exactly 12 feet by 10 feet, painted institutional beige, furnished with a metal table and 3 chairs bolted to the concrete floor. A camera mounted in the corner recorded everything. The air conditioning hummed at a frequency designed to be just uncomfortable enough to encourage confession. Travis Lewis sat with his hands folded on the table, relaxed, almost serene. He'd waived his right to an attorney immediately, telling the arresting officers, "I'd like to explain myself. I think people should understand." Detective Reeves sat across from him, a thick folder containing crime scene photographs positioned prominently on the table between them. Special Agent Catherine Mills from the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit occupied the third chair, her recorder running, her expression professionally neutral. "Let's start with Jennifer Coates," Reeves said, opening the folder to reveal the first victim's photograph. November 2016, Columbus, Ohio. "Tell me about Jennifer." Travis looked at the photograph with something approaching fondness. "She was my beginning, my awakening. You have to understand, I'd been thinking about this for so long, years and years of imagining, planning, but never knowing if I could actually do it. Jennifer taught me that I could." "Taught you that you could torture and murder an innocent woman?" Mills interjected. "Taught me that I could create something meaningful," Travis corrected, his tone patient, as if explaining a misunderstood artistic movement. "Jennifer was kind to me. She made sweet tea and asked about my day. I appreciated that. I really did. But kindness is just a performance, isn't it? We're all performing our roles, pretending we're connected, pretending our little lives matter in some cosmic sense. I wanted to strip away the performance. I wanted to find the truth underneath. And the truth required torture?" Travis tilted his head, considering. "The word torture carries judgment. I prefer to think of it as excavation. When you peel away comfort, safety, the illusion of control, what remains? That's what I was searching for. The essential self. The core of human existence when everything else is stripped away." For the next 14 hours, across multiple sessions, Travis Lewis provided a confession so detailed, so disturbingly comprehensive, that the transcripts would eventually total over 700 pages. He spoke about each victim by name, recounting precise details that only the killer could know. He corrected inaccuracies in the investigator's timeline. He even revealed the locations of 2 victims whose bodies had never been found, women who'd been reported missing but never connected to the geometric killer case. Victim 12, Olivia Watson, 33, disappeared from Indianapolis in May 2020. Travis had buried her in a wooded area outside Crown Point, Indiana, and drew investigators a map. Victim 13, Michelle Torres, 28, vanished from Erie, Pennsylvania in August 2021. Her remains were found in a shallow grave near Presque Isle State Park. But what made the interrogation truly disturbing wasn't just the confession itself. It was Travis's apparent need to be understood. He spoke about his crimes with the earnestness of a professor lecturing on his specialty, occasionally frustrated when his interviewers couldn't grasp his reasoning. "You're thinking about them as people," Travis explained during hour 6 of questioning. "That's where you're confused. They were people before I selected them, yes. They had jobs and friends and favorite foods and all those little details that make up a personality. But once I began my work, they became something else. They became pure experience, pure sensation, reduced to the most fundamental question: how much can a human being endure before the self simply dissolves?" "They had families," Reeves said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Jennifer Coates had parents who still can't sleep through the night. Amanda Price had a sister who tried to kill herself twice after viewing the crime scene photos. You didn't reduce them to anything. You destroyed them." "Destruction is a form of creation," Travis replied. "Ask any artist. You have to destroy the blank canvas to create the painting. You have to shatter marble to reveal the sculpture inside." The psychological evaluation conducted by Dr. Robert Chun, a forensic psychiatrist with 30 years of experience, identified Travis Lewis as a textbook psychopath: complete lack of empathy, grandiose sense of self, need for control, absence of remorse. But Dr. Chen's report also noted something unusual. Unlike many serial killers who display disorganized thinking or emotional volatility, Travis demonstrated exceptional emotional regulation and cognitive sophistication. "He's not crazy in any legal sense," Dr. Chan explained to the prosecution team. "He understands right from wrong. He knew his actions were illegal and went to elaborate lengths to avoid detection. He simply doesn't care about right and wrong. Moral frameworks are irrelevant to him. He operates from a completely different ethical foundation. One where his desires and curiosities supersede all other considerations. The search of Travis's apartment revealed his true masterpiece. The storage unit he'd rented under a false name, located in a facility in Warren, Michigan, contained his archive. Thousands of photographs, meticulously organized in labeled binders. Video recordings, each carefully edited and annotated. Journals filled with observations, measurements, diagrams. He documented everything, every victim, every session, every technique attempted and refined. The FBI's evidence response team spent 6 weeks cataloging the contents of that storage unit. The material was so disturbing that the agency implemented a rotation system to prevent investigators from prolonged exposure. Even hardened agents, people who'd seen the worst humanity had to offer, found themselves unable to sleep after reviewing Travis's collection. Because it wasn't just documentation, it was curriculum. Travis had been building a comprehensive guide, a how-to manual for aspiring predators. His journals contained detailed analyses of what worked, what didn't, which tools proved most effective, which psychological approaches yielded the most intense responses. He'd been refining his craft like a master craftsman, and he'd recorded everything so that his knowledge wouldn't die with him. "I always knew I'd eventually be caught," Travis told investigators. "Statistics say all serial killers are either caught or killed. I accepted that, but I wanted to make sure my work survived. That's why I documented everything, so people could study it, learn from it, understand what I was trying to achieve." "Which was what, exactly?" Mills asked. "What were you trying to achieve?" Travis leaned forward, his eyes bright with passion. The first genuine emotion he displayed. "I was trying to find the truth about human nature. We live in this civilized bubble, pretending we're evolved, enlightened. But strip away society's protections, remove all hope of rescue or escape, apply pressure to the breaking point. What emerges is honesty. Raw, undeniable honesty. Some people revealed courage. Others dissolved into begging. Some maintained dignity even as their bodies failed. Others became animals within minutes. Each one taught me something." "They weren't teaching tools," Reeves said, his voice breaking slightly. "They were human beings with lives and dreams, and they were always going to die eventually," Travis interrupted. "Everyone dies. Cancer, car accidents, old age. Death comes for everyone. I just provided mine with purpose. They contributed to knowledge. Their suffering meant something." The trial began 11 months after Travis's arrest. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. Physical evidence, confessions, recovered bodies, witness testimony from neighbors and co-workers describing suspicious behavior. Travis's attorney, a public defender named Michael Harrison who'd been assigned the case, argued diminished capacity based on childhood abuse and psychological damage. The jury deliberated for 90 minutes before returning guilty verdicts on 16 counts of first-degree murder. The sentencing hearing lasted 3 days. Family members of victims gave impact statements, many unable to complete their testimony through tears and rage. Jennifer Coates's father read a letter describing how he checked his daughter's empty room every morning, forgetting for one merciful moment that she was gone, then remembering with fresh agony. Amanda Price's sister spoke about nightmares where she saw her sister hanging in those mirrors, infinite reflections of suffering. Rebecca Hollis's mother, who'd been the one to identify her daughter's body despite being warned about the condition of the remains, simply stood at the podium and screamed, a sound of such pure anguish that the bailiff had to help her from the courtroom. Travis listened to all of it with polite attention, occasionally taking notes on a legal pad. When given the opportunity to address the court, he declined, telling Judge Margaret Anderson, "They wouldn't understand. There's no point." Judge Anderson sentenced Travis Lewis to 16 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In her remarks before sentencing, she said something that would be quoted in criminal justice textbooks for years afterward. "Mr. Lewis, you've spent considerable effort trying to convince us that your crimes were motivated by intellectual curiosity, by some search for truth. But I've reviewed the evidence. I've seen the photographs. I've read your journals. And what I see is not a philosopher or a researcher. What I see is a coward who derived pleasure from inflicting suffering on people who couldn't fight back. You didn't discover anything about human nature except what you yourself are. A broken, empty creature attempting to fill his void with other people's pain. There is no truth in what you did. There is no meaning. There is only harm and loss, and the grief of those left behind. Travis Lewis was transported to ADX Florence, the Supermax federal prison in Colorado known as the Alcatraz of the Rockies. He would spend 23 hours per day in a 7 by 12-foot concrete cell, completely isolated, monitored by cameras with minimal human contact. It was, by any reasonable measure, a living death. But Travis, according to prison psychologists who evaluated him periodically, seemed content. He spent his hours writing detailed memoirs of his crimes. Documents the prison refused to allow him to publish but couldn't prevent him from creating. He maintained correspondence with several true crime authors and researchers, offering insights into his methodology in exchange for information about other serial killers. He even received fan mail, dozens of letters per month from people disturbed enough to admire his work, to see him as some kind of dark prophet. He responded to some of these letters, carefully crafting his replies to maintain interest while revealing nothing that could be used against him in potential future legal proceedings. Because Travis Lewis, even in a Supermax prison cell, even serving multiple life sentences, still believed his work had value. Still believed that history would eventually see him not as a monster but as a misunderstood visionary. The tragedy was that he might not be entirely wrong. 3 years after Travis Lewis's conviction, Detective Vincent Reeves sat in his therapist's office, trying to explain why he could no longer enter basements. "It's not fear exactly," Reeves said, his hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. "It's knowledge. I know what can happen in enclosed spaces now. I've seen what people are capable of doing to each other when they think no one will ever know. And every basement, every locked room, every closed door, I imagine what might be happening on the other side." Dr. Patricia Morgan, a trauma specialist who worked primarily with law enforcement, nodded with understanding. She'd treated dozens of investigators who'd worked high-profile murder cases. The psychological toll was predictable. Intrusive thoughts, hypervigilance, difficulty maintaining relationships, recurring nightmares. Some officers developed alcohol dependencies. Others simply quit, unable to continue doing work that required them to wade through humanity's darkest impulses. Reeves had arrested Travis Lewis. He'd closed the case. He'd helped put away one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. By any objective measure, he'd succeeded. So why did it feel like failure? 16 families have some form of closure, Reeves said, answering the question his therapist hadn't asked. But I keep thinking about the ones we don't know about. Travis said there were only 16 victims, but the FBI believes he's lying. There are gaps in his employment history, months where he's unaccounted for, women who went missing in areas where he worked. He's keeping secrets even now, even in prison. He's still got control. The FBI had continued investigating after Lewis's conviction, trying to identify potential additional victims. They'd found circumstantial connections to 12 other unsolved disappearances, but nothing concrete enough to charge. Travis refused to cooperate beyond his original confession. When pressed about the discrepancies, he simply smiled and said, "A magician never reveals all his tricks. For the families of those missing women, women who might have been his victims or might have met other fates entirely, the uncertainty was its own form of torture. They existed in limbo, unable to properly grieve, unable to move forward, haunted by the possibility that their loved one had suffered under Travis Lewis's hands, and he would never give them the dignity of confirmation." Sarah Jennings, whose sister Meredith had disappeared from a Cleveland suburb in 2019, became one of the most vocal advocates for families of the potentially connected victims. She organized support groups, lobbied for legislation that would incentivize convicted killers to reveal additional crimes, and wrote letters to Travis Lewis begging him to provide information about her sister. Travis never responded to her letters, but according to prison officials, he kept every single one, filed carefully in chronological order in his cell. The storage unit discovery had created another layer of devastation. The FBI had to inform families that extensive photographic and video documentation of their loved ones' final hours existed. Some families wanted to see the material, desperate for any last connection to the person they'd lost. Others explicitly forbade themselves from ever viewing it, understanding that some images, once seen, could never be unseen. The legal battles over the material lasted for years. Defense attorneys in unrelated cases requested access, arguing the documentation provided insight into psychological profiles. True crime documentarians petitioned for partial release under Freedom of Information Act requests. Academic researchers wanted to study Travis's methodology for forensic psychology courses. Every request was denied. A federal judge ruled that the material constituted extreme evidence of human suffering with no legitimate public interest that outweighs the dignity of the victims and the trauma to their families. The documentation remained sealed, accessible only to law enforcement and authorized researchers under strict protocols. But sealing the material couldn't erase its existence. The families knew it existed. The investigators who'd reviewed it carried those images in their memories. And Travis Lewis, in his solitary cell, possessed perfect recall of every moment documented, replaying his crimes in his mind with the clarity of someone watching home movies. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a forensic psychologist who'd interviewed Travis Lewis 6 times for a Department of Justice research project on serial offenders, described him as the most emotionally detached subject I've ever encountered, and I've interviewed 23 convicted serial killers. Most serial offenders display some crack in their facade. Dr. Vasquez explained in her report, moments where genuine emotion breaks through, anger when challenged, excitement when discussing their crimes, sometimes even brief flashes of remorse. Travis Lewis showed none of that. He maintained the same calm, slightly bemused demeanor throughout every interview. When I showed him photographs of his victims' families at their funerals, he examined them with mild interest, like someone looking at an art exhibit that didn't quite meet their taste. When I described the suicide of Amanda Price's sister, he expressed what seemed like genuine confusion that this would be considered his responsibility. His exact words were, "I never touched her sister. How can I be blamed for someone else's weakness?" The question of how Travis Lewis happened became the subject of intense academic debate. His childhood abuse was documented, his father's brutality verified through medical records and witness statements. But plenty of people endured terrible childhoods without becoming serial killers. The neighbor's cat incident showed early warning signs, but his mother's decision to hide it rather than seek help was hardly unique. Families concealed disturbing behavior all the time, hoping it was a phase, hoping it would resolve itself. The truth was uncomfortable. Travis Lewis might have been preventable, but he also might have been inevitable. Some combination of genetic predisposition, environmental factors, neurological abnormalities, and pure chance had created this particular monster. Understanding the recipe didn't mean it could be reliably detected before manifestation. Dr. Michael Torres, a criminologist at the University of Michigan, wrote a controversial paper arguing that Travis Lewis represented the evolution of the serial killer, a predator who'd learned from his predecessor's mistakes and adapted to modern surveillance and forensic techniques. The paper suggested that traditional profiling methods were becoming obsolete, that killers like Lewis were smart enough to avoid the patterns that law enforcement depended upon. The implications were chilling. If Travis Lewis represented a new generation of serial predators, patient, disciplined, technologically savvy, capable of living completely normal-seeming lives while harboring murderous compulsions, how many others might be operating undetected right now? How many service technicians, delivery drivers, home inspectors, and contractors were using their access to identify and stalk potential victims? The FBI responded by implementing new protocols. Training programs for investigators now included modules specifically addressing long-term, geographically dispersed serial offenders. Databases were created to track violent crimes with similar methodologies across jurisdictions. Home service companies were encouraged to implement more rigorous background checks and random accountability measures. But these were reactive measures, attempting to defend against a threat that had already revealed itself. The uncomfortable question remained. How many Travis Lewises were out there, patiently waiting, carefully planning, learning from his mistakes? Rebecca Hollis survived, though survived felt like an inadequate word for what she endured. The physical wounds healed slowly, multiple surgeries to repair nerve damage, physical therapy to regain mobility in her legs, treatment for infections that developed from the chain's pressure points. The psychological wounds might never heal. She spent 8 months in intensive psychiatric care, working with trauma specialists who helped her process what had happened. She suffered from severe PTSD, panic attacks triggered by the sound of chains, by the sight of mirrors, by darkness, by being alone. She couldn't work, couldn't maintain relationships, couldn't function in the world that had become a minefield of triggering stimuli. People tell me I'm lucky, Rebecca said during a victim impact statement at one of Travis's parole hearings. Hearings that were purely procedural since he would never be eligible for parole, but that allowed victims to address their attacker. They say I'm lucky because I survived. But I didn't survive what he wanted to do to me. I survived because police officers broke down the door. And every single day since then, I've lived with the knowledge of what would have happened if they'd been 17 minutes slower. Every day I think about Jennifer Coates, about Amanda Price, about all the others who didn't have officers coming through the door. And I feel guilty for being alive when they're not. Travis listened to her statement with that same expression of mild interest, his head tilted slightly, as if listening to a moderately engaging lecture. When Rebecca finished, her voice breaking on the final words, Travis leaned toward his attorney and whispered something that made the man's face go pale. The attorney later refused to reveal what Travis had said, citing attorney-client privilege, but witnesses noted that he appeared shaken for the remainder of the hearing. The ripple effects of Travis Lewis's crimes extended far beyond his direct victims. A study published in the Journal of Traumatic Stress tracked the psychological impacts on first responders, forensic technicians, medical examiners, and investigators who'd worked the cases. 43% reported symptoms consistent with vicarious trauma. 22% sought mental health treatment within 2 years of case involvement. 7% left their professions entirely. Detective Maria Gonzalez, Reeves's partner who'd been first through the door at multiple crime scenes, transferred to Financial Crimes Division after the trial concluded. I can't unsee those rooms, she told Reeves during her farewell dinner. Every time I close my eyes, I see those mirrors. I see what he did. I've got 2 daughters at home, Vincent. I can't do this work anymore and still be a mother. I can't hold my children and pretend the world is safe. The media coverage of the case created its own problems. Every major news outlet covered the trial. True crime podcasts dedicated entire seasons to dissecting Travis Lewis's methodology. Netflix produced a documentary series that sparked outrage from victims' families for what they perceived as the sensationalization of their trauma. The attention attracted the wrong kind of interest. Travis began receiving marriage proposals from women who saw something romantic in his darkness. Online forums dedicated to true crime developed troubling subgroups that celebrated rather than studied serial killers. Some discussed Travis Lewis with admiration, calling him disciplined and brilliant, ignoring the 16 destroyed lives that defined his actual legacy. Law enforcement psychologists recognized this phenomenon, the dangerous mythology that built up around certain killers, transforming them from pathetic predators into dark anti-heroes. They worried about copycat crimes, about disturbed individuals who might see Travis's notoriety and want to achieve similar infamy. Those fears were not unfounded. 18 months after Travis's conviction, police in Nashville arrested a 28-year-old HVAC technician named David Crowley who'd been stalking 3 women whose homes he'd serviced. Investigators found a journal in Crowley's apartment filled with detailed notes about the women's schedules, habits, and vulnerabilities. The journal also contained extensive quotations from Travis Lewis's leaked interrogation transcripts, along with Crowley's own annotations and improvement suggestions. Travis Lewis made mistakes that I won't repeat, Crowley had written. He documented too much. He became sentimental about his work. He let ego compromise security. I'll be smarter. I'll be better. Crowley was arrested before harming anyone, charged with multiple counts of stalking, and sentenced to 12 years in prison. But the case confirmed law enforcement's worst fears. Travis Lewis had become a template, a horrible instruction manual for aspiring killers who studied his methods and sought to refine them. The companies Travis had worked for faced civil litigation from multiple victims' families. Comfort Zone Heating and Cooling filed for bankruptcy after settling several wrongful death lawsuits, with families arguing the company had failed to implement adequate screening procedures for employees with access to private homes. Other home service companies across the country implemented dramatic policy changes, more intensive background checks, randomized customer follow-up calls, GPS tracking of service vehicles, 2 technician requirements for certain calls. These changes provided some comfort but couldn't address the fundamental vulnerability. Modern life required inviting strangers into private spaces. Total security was impossible without total isolation, and the latter wasn't how society functioned. 5 years after his conviction, Travis Lewis gave his first and only interview to Dr. Vasquez, portions of which were later published in heavily redacted form in a criminal psychology journal. When asked if he had any remorse for his actions, Travis provided an answer that encapsulated the void where his empathy should have lived. Remorse requires believing I did something wrong. I don't believe that. I acted according to my nature. A lion doesn't feel remorse for killing a gazelle. A spider doesn't regret trapping a fly. I was what I was, and I did what I was driven to do. The only thing I regret is getting caught before I'd completed my research. I had so many questions left to explore. And the families? Dr. Vasquez pressed. The parents who lost daughters? The siblings who lost sisters? Do you think about their suffering? Intellectually, I understand they're experiencing pain, Travis replied, but I don't feel it. It's not real to me in any meaningful sense. It's like when someone tells you about a natural disaster in a country you've never visited. You understand abstractly that people died, that others are grieving, but it doesn't affect you personally. That's how I experience other people's emotions. I understand they exist, but they don't register as important. This inability to process others' suffering as meaningful was, according to Dr. Vasquez, the defining characteristic of psychopathy. Travis Lewis wasn't broken in the sense of being damaged goods. He was broken in the sense of being fundamentally missing components that make someone human. Empathy, guilt, remorse. These weren't suppressed in Travis Lewis. They simply weren't there. They'd never developed, leaving a hollow space that he'd filled with intellectual curiosity and the pursuit of novel experiences. Rebecca Hollis spent 7 years in recovery before she felt ready to share her story publicly. She wrote a memoir titled 17 Minutes, describing her ordeal and her long journey towards something resembling peace. The book became a bestseller, with proceeds donated to organizations supporting victims of violent crime. In the book's most powerful chapter, Rebecca described the moment the police broke through her door. I was somewhere between consciousness and unconsciousness. The pain had become so complete that it stopped being pain and became my entire existence. I couldn't remember my name. I couldn't remember there had ever been a time before this. And then I heard the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, with splintering, men shouting, the sound of chains breaking. I opened my eyes, though I didn't remember closing them, and saw Detective Reeves cutting me down. He was crying. I remember thinking that was strange, that this professional police officer was crying while I felt nothing at all. I was beyond tears, beyond emotion. I was nowhere. It took months before I could feel anything again. First came the fear, massive, overwhelming, paralyzing fear that made me scream when nurses touched me, when doctors examined my wounds, when anyone came close. Then came the anger, then the guilt for surviving when others didn't. Then the grief for the person I'd been before that night, who was gone as surely as if Travis had completed what he started. People ask me if I've forgiven him. The question is meaningless. Travis Lewis doesn't want forgiveness. He doesn't even understand why anyone would think he needed it. You can't forgive someone who exists outside the moral framework that makes forgiveness relevant. What I've done instead is decide to live, really live, not just survive, not just exist, but experience joy and connection and all the things Travis tried to take from me. That's my revenge. He wanted to reduce me to nothing but suffering, and I refused. I came back. Not completely, not without scars, but I came back. The book's final chapter addressed a question many readers wrote to ask. Did she believe evil was born or created? Was Travis Lewis a monster from birth, or had his childhood abuse created the predator he became? Rebecca's answer was honest. I don't know. Smarter people than me have studied that question and haven't found definitive answers. What I know is that somewhere along the way, Travis Lewis made a choice. Maybe when he killed that cat. Maybe when he selected Jennifer Coates as his first victim. Maybe earlier. But at some point, he chose to act on impulses that other people suppress. He chose to prioritize his curiosity over human life. He chose to see people as objects. His father abused him. That's tragic. That's awful. That's something no child should endure. But Travis had opportunities to make different choices. He could have sought therapy. He could have channeled his darkness into art or fiction or any of the countless outlets that exist for people who experience violent thoughts. Instead, he chose to act. And that choice, whatever led to it, is unforgivable. By 2028, 7 years after his conviction, Travis Lewis had become the subject of academic courses, psychological studies, and countless think pieces analyzing his crimes through various theoretical lenses. He was studied as a case study in psychopathy, in criminal methodology, in the failure of childhood intervention systems. His journals, heavily redacted, were used in forensic psychology courses to teach students about the organized serial killer mindset. He had achieved a kind of immortality, though not the artistic legacy he'd imagined. He was remembered not as a misunderstood visionary, but as a cautionary tale, proof that monsters walked among us, wearing human faces, waiting for opportunities to indulge their darkest urges. Detective Reeves eventually retired from active investigation, taking a position teaching criminal justice at the University of Michigan. He lectured about the Travis Lewis case regularly, using it to illustrate the importance of cross-jurisdictional cooperation, the value of pattern recognition, and the psychological toll on investigators who immerse themselves in extreme cases. His students asked questions he couldn't always answer. How do we prevent the next Travis Lewis? How do we identify predators before they act? How do we balance civil liberties with public safety? How do we protect ourselves from people who are exceptionally good at seeming normal? I don't have solutions, Reeves told his classes. I can teach you investigative techniques. I can show you how to recognize patterns. But I can't tell you how to spot the next Travis Lewis before he starts killing, because people like him dedicate tremendous energy to being invisible. What I can tell you is this: stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and understand that the person who seems most normal, most trustworthy, most harmless, might be the most dangerous person in the room. In his cell at ADX Florence, Travis Lewis continued writing. He'd filled dozens of notebooks with memoirs, essays, and analyses of his crimes. Prison officials confiscated and destroyed the more explicit material, but Travis simply rewrote it from memory. He had nothing but time. He exercised for exactly 1 hour during his daily yard time, maintaining physical fitness with monastic discipline. He read voraciously philosophy, neuroscience, true crime, anything the prison library system would provide. He corresponded with researchers, always carefully, always mindful that anything he wrote might be used to identify additional victims or provide comfort to families seeking closure. He gave them nothing. According to the prison psychologist who evaluated him annually, Travis Lewis showed no deterioration in his cognitive function, no depression, no anxiety, no psychological breakdown from the isolation. He'd adapted to solitary confinement with the same patient discipline he'd brought to his crimes. He would likely remain exactly as he was, calm, detached, completely unrepentant, until the day he died. The final chapter of the Travis Lewis story remains unwritten. He's currently 55 years old, in good health, likely to live for decades more in his concrete cage. The families he destroyed continue their lives, carrying their grief like stones that never get lighter, only more familiar. Rebecca Hollis advocates for survivors, speaking at conferences and working with victims' rights organizations, transforming her trauma into purpose. And somewhere in America right now, statistically speaking, another Travis Lewis is likely planning his first kill. He's refined his approach by studying past mistakes. He's identified potential victims and is patiently gathering information. He's waiting for the perfect moment, the ideal circumstances, the opportunity that will allow him to indulge the darkness that lives inside him. This is the reality we live with, the knowledge that monsters exist, that they're intelligent and patient and exceptionally good at hiding. The understanding that the locked doors and security systems and background checks provide only limited protection against someone determined and clever enough to find a way through our defenses. Travis Lewis wanted to be remembered. He wanted his work to mean something, to teach humanity about its own nature. In a twisted way, he succeeded. He taught us that evil doesn't always announce itself. It doesn't wear a mask or lurk in shadows or fit the comfortable stereotypes we've constructed. Sometimes it rings your doorbell with a clipboard and a work order, wearing a professional smile, waiting to be invited inside. The most terrifying thing about Travis Lewis isn't what he did. It's how long he did it without anyone noticing. It's how many people welcomed him into their homes and never suspected. It's how completely normal he seemed right up until the moment he revealed what had been hiding underneath. 16 families know this truth too well. 16 families live with the knowledge that they opened their doors, made small talk, thanked him for his service, and never imagined that the polite technician fixing their heating was cataloging their vulnerabilities, copying their keys, planning their deaths. And that knowledge that the monster might be anyone, might be the helpful stranger we interact with every day, is Travis Lewis's lasting legacy. Not the philosophy he thought he was exploring, not the truth he claimed to be revealing, just fear. Just the permanent erosion of the trust that society requires to function. In the end, Travis Lewis wasn't a dark visionary or a misunderstood researcher into human nature. He was simply a broken thing that learned to hide its brokenness well enough to survive undetected for years. He was a void wearing human skin, a predator who understood that the best camouflage in human society was appearing completely unremarkably normal. And that's the thought that keeps Detective Reeves checking his locks twice, that haunts Rebecca Hollis in the moments before sleep, that echoes through every investigation into the serial predators who continue to emerge from the shadows of ordinary life. The monsters are real. They live among us. And sometimes they're so good at pretending to be human that we never notice until it's far too late. This is the story of Travis Lewis, the shadow collector, the patient surgeon, the man who turned human suffering into what he called art and what the rest of us recognize as unspeakable evil. This is how he hunted. This is how he killed. This is how he was finally stopped. And this is why, long after his capture, his victims' families still wake with nightmares, still flinch at unexpected sounds, still carry the weight of loss that never truly heals. Because some crimes are so profound, so deliberately cruel, that they echo through generations. And Travis Lewis's crimes will echo for a very, very long time. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4, The Man Who Walked Out of Hell. The Omar Santos Lara story. Some prisoners count the days until freedom. He counted the steps through 6 security checkpoints. When justice sleeps, monsters don't just escape. They come home to the ones who love them most. A father receives a phone call on a Sunday morning. The voice on the other end is familiar. His daughter's partner, the man he never trusted. 3 words shatter his world. I killed her. But this wasn't just a domestic tragedy. The man on that phone call had already murdered 3 people. He'd been sentenced to 122 years behind bars. He should have been rotting in a cell, but instead, he walked out of one of Mexico's most secure prisons like a ghost slipping through walls. For 9 years, he lived freely, hiding under a stolen name, sleeping next to a woman who became his final victim. This is the story of how the system failed, how a killer vanished in plain sight, and how a father became a detective hunting the monster who destroyed his family. Welcome to the case of Omar Santos Lara, the man who walked out of hell and brought hell with him. The streets of Iztapalapa writhed with shadows on that October night in 2010. This sprawling borough of Mexico City, infamous for its labyrinthine alleys and grinding poverty, had witnessed countless acts of violence. But what unfolded that evening would mark the beginning of a nightmare that wouldn't end for another decade. Omar Santos Lara moved through those streets with purpose. At 21 years old, he carried himself with the coiled tension of someone who'd learned early that violence was currency. Some called him El Cojo, the cripple, because of the way he limped from an old bullet wound festering in his right foot. Others whispered a different name, El Ninja de Iztapalapa. That title came later, earned in blood. The confrontation erupted like gasoline meeting flame. Voices escalated. Tempers flared. Then came the metallic whisper of steel leaving its sheath. Omar had brought a sword, a katana, witnesses would later say, and he wielded it with terrifying precision. The blade sang through the air, a deadly arc that caught the first victim across the torso. The second fell moments later. By the time the violence subsided, 3 bodies lay cooling in the street, and 4 more victims clutched their wounds, gasping, trying to understand how a party had transformed into a massacre. Omar disappeared into the tangled warren of Iztapalapa's back streets. But Mexico City's police, though often overwhelmed, were not blind. They hunted, they questioned, they followed the trail of blood and fear until they cornered their man. When Omar Santos Lara was dragged before the courts, the evidence was damning, inescapable. Witnesses testified. Forensics confirmed. The sword, still stained with the rust-brown residue of dried blood, was entered into evidence. But Omar had one final card to play: deception. When he was processed into Reclusorio Oriente, one of Mexico City's most notorious prisons, he didn't give his real name. Instead, he offered another identity: Eric Hernandez Camacho. The name belonged to someone else, perhaps a friend, perhaps an enemy. It didn't matter. The guards wrote it down. The system accepted it without question. And just like that, Omar Santos Lara ceased to exist in the official record. He became a ghost wearing someone else's face. The trial proceeded under this false identity. In March 2011, Eric Hernandez Camacho was convicted of triple homicide and aggravated robbery. The judge, staring down at this young man who had turned a social gathering into a bloodbath, pronounced sentence: 122 years imprisonment. It was meant to be a life sentence wrapped in numbers, a mathematical assurance that this killer would never walk free again. Omar sat in that courtroom, his face revealing nothing. But behind those eyes, something was already turning. Plan. A scheme. Because Omar Santos Lara had no intention of growing old within those walls. Reclusorio Oriente was a fortress, or at least it pretended to be. Built to house thousands of Mexico City's most violent criminals, it operated with supposedly strict protocols. 6 security checkpoints stood between the cell blocks and freedom. Guards watched. Cameras recorded. Paperwork had to be perfect, signatures verified, identities confirmed at each station. In theory, escape was impossible. Omar studied the system like a predator studying prey. He watched the guards, noting when they were distracted, when they cut corners, when fatigue made them sloppy. He cultivated relationships with other inmates, finding those who might be useful. And crucially, he made contact with people on the outside, civilians who could be bought or convinced to help. 6 months after his conviction, after 189 days of careful observation and meticulous planning, Omar made his move. October 6, 2011. The date would later be seared into official reports as a monument to institutional failure. Omar and his collaborators inside the prison initiated their plan with elegant simplicity. First, his prison uniform needed to change. The distinctive clothing that marked him as an inmate was dyed and altered, transformed into something that might pass for civilian clothes in the chaos of a shift change. Then came the paperwork: release forms, transfer documents, each one carefully forged with stolen seals and fake signatures that mimicked the bureaucratic scrawl of prison officials. While Omar prepared to walk out, an accomplice inside the prison created a distraction in the cell blocks. Fights broke out. Prisoners shouted. Guards rushed toward the commotion, their attention pulled away from the exits. And in that manufactured chaos, Omar Santos Lara simply walked. Checkpoint 1. He presented his forged papers. The guard glanced at them, distracted by the noise echoing from deeper inside the facility. Wave through. Checkpoint 2. Different guard, same result. The paperwork looked official enough. The face matched the photo on the falsified ID. Next. Checkpoint 3. Omar's heart must have been hammering now, but his face remained calm. The guard barely looked up. Approved. Checkpoint 4, 5, 6. Each one fell like dominoes. The system, so confident in its layers of security, never imagined that someone might simply forge their way through each level. It was bureaucratic failure elevated to art form. And then Omar was outside. The prison walls receded behind him. Freedom tasted like Mexico City smog and possibility. He had done what should have been impossible, walked out of a sentence meant to last more than a century. The escape triggered investigations, finger-pointing, and scandal. How had a convicted triple murderer simply strolled out of Reclusorio Orient? Heads rolled in the prison administration. Protocols were examined and supposedly strengthened. The Procuraduría, Mexico City's prosecutor's office, opened case file IZP 8/T1/3170/11-10 specifically to recapture Eric Hernandez Camacho. A reward was offered, 300,000 pesos for information leading to his arrest. But there was a problem, a fatal flaw in the manhunt. They were looking for the wrong person. Every wanted poster, every alert, every official document bore the name Eric Hernandez Camacho. Omar Santos Lara remained invisible, a phantom moving through Mexico's vast and complicated landscape. The real Eric Hernandez Camacho, whoever he was, might have found himself stopped by police, questioned, confused about why his identity had been tangled up in a murder case he knew nothing about. But Omar was free. He didn't flee to some distant corner of Mexico. He didn't cross borders or disappear into the rural mountains. Instead, with breathtaking audacity, Omar stayed close. He drifted through the sprawling municipalities of Estado de Mexico, the dense urban belt surrounding Mexico City. And somewhere in that metropolitan maze of millions of people, he met a woman named Elideth Rios Cabrera. Elideth was studying law at UNAM, Mexico's prestigious national autonomous university. She was bright, ambitious, with dreams of becoming a criminal defense attorney. She came from a working-class family in Nezahualcóyotl, Neza to locals, a massive municipality east of Mexico City, known for its hardscrabble neighborhoods and resilient people. Her father, Gerardo Rios, had raised her to be independent, to fight for herself, to never accept less than she deserved. When Elideth met Omar, she saw something different than what her family would later recognize. Perhaps she saw a young man with a troubled past trying to rebuild. Perhaps Omar's charm and intensity drew her in. Whatever the initial attraction, it deepened quickly. They became a couple. The relationship grew serious. Gerardo Rios didn't like Omar from the beginning. Call it paternal instinct or hard-won wisdom from years of watching people. "What I saw is that he was a very violent person," he would later recall. "I knew that from when he first started dating her." But Elideth was an adult making her own choices. She loved Omar, and when she became pregnant, those choices solidified into commitment. Their son, Kevin, was born into this complicated constellation. Elideth made a sacrifice that would haunt her father's memories. She dropped out of UNAM, abandoning her law degree with only 18 months remaining until graduation. She needed to work, to provide, to build a life for her child. Her dreams of being an attorney were carefully folded away, set aside for some future moment that would never come. The young family settled into an apartment in Nezahualcóyotl's Colonia Metropolitana Primera section. It was modest housing in a neighborhood where everyone knew their neighbor's business, where children played in the streets and vendors called out their wares from pushcarts. Elideth found work at La Mansion, an upscale restaurant on Insurgentes Sur in Mexico City. She started as a receptionist, then took shifts as a waitress when tips could boost the family income. Her smile and work ethic made her popular with customers and co-workers alike. Meanwhile, Omar didn't work. The bullet wound in his foot. A souvenir from some previous violence had worsened over time. He required multiple surgeries, each one leaving him more dependent on crutches, more limited in mobility. Elideth shouldered the financial burden without complaint. She worked double shifts when necessary. She sold items through catalogs to supplement her restaurant income. Every peso was carefully managed, stretched to cover rent, food, medical bills, and small pleasures for Kevin. But she also harbored dreams. Every year, Elideth saved enough to take Kevin on vacation. They'd been to Acapulco, its beaches sprawling under Pacific sun. Puerto Vallarta, with its cobblestone charm. Cancun, where turquoise water met white sand. And for the coming year, Elideth had promised Kevin something bigger. Disneyland. She was determined to give her son that magic, that memory of childhood wonder. She worked overtime, stashed away money, planned the trip with meticulous care. Living with Omar, however, became increasingly difficult. Gerardo Rios watched from the sidelines as his daughter bore more weight than any young woman should. Omar's presence was volatile, his moods unpredictable. The violence that Gerardo had sensed from the beginning manifested in ways Elideth tried to hide from her family. After Omar's third surgery on his injured foot, Elideth finally spoke words that had been building for months. "I'm going to leave him. As soon as his leg heals and he can walk, I'm asking him to go." She had reached her limit. The realization that Omar would never be a true partner, never contribute, never change, had crystallized into decision. She was still young, 30 years old, with her whole life ahead. Kevin deserved better than growing up in a house thick with tension. She deserved better than carrying a grown man who offered nothing but demands and darkness. Omar must have sensed the shift. As his foot slowly healed and Elideth's resolve hardened, desperation took root in him. He asked for time, for another chance. Elideth agreed to wait until he could walk properly again, offering a grace period that was both merciful and fatal. Because Omar Santos Lara, the man who had slaughtered 3 people with a sword, the man who had orchestrated an impossible prison escape, was not someone who accepted rejection. He began to plan, not his departure, not acceptance of the relationship's end, but something else entirely. The calendar turned to June 2020. Mexico City, like the rest of the world, was trapped in COVID-19's grip. Lockdowns had transformed the megalopolis into something alien. Streets emptier than anyone could remember, businesses shuttered, a city of 9 million holding its breath. For Elideth, still working essential hours at the restaurant, life continued in its exhausting rhythm. Come home, care for Kevin, navigate the tension with Omar. Try to sleep, wake up and do it again. Father's Day fell on June 21st that year. Elideth, dutiful daughter that she was, had made sure Gerardo received a call. Some small acknowledgement of the day, even amid the pandemic's restrictions. The family couldn't gather as usual, but love found its way through phone lines and brief messages. Gerardo went to sleep that night counting his blessings, grateful for his daughter and grandson even if times were hard. He had no idea that before the next sunrise, his daughter would be dead, and the man sleeping in her bed would become a ghost once more. Sunday, June 22nd, 2020. Dawn broke over Nezahualcóyotl with the slow, inevitable light that precedes heat. The city, still wrapped in pandemic quiet, stirred reluctantly. In the modest apartment on Colonia Metropolitana Primera section, a horror was already complete. Gerardo Rios' phone rang early. Too early. When you reach a certain age, when you're a parent, an early phone call sends ice through your veins. Nothing good announces itself at dawn. Gerardo fumbled for the phone, squinting at the screen. The number was familiar, Omar's phone. He answered. Maybe his daughter needed something. Maybe there was an emergency with Kevin. Maybe, "I killed her." 3 words. 3 words delivered in a voice that Gerardo would later describe as eerily calm, almost detached. Omar Santos Lara didn't scream them, didn't sob them, didn't plead for understanding. He simply stated a fact, as if reporting the weather. Killed her. Time has a strange quality in moments of absolute shock. It compresses and expands simultaneously. Gerardo's mind struggled to process what his ears had just heard. His daughter? Elideth? No, this had to be some sick joke, some horrible misunderstanding. People didn't just call to announce murder. That wasn't how reality worked. What? Gerardo managed. What did you say? I killed Elideth, Omar repeated, still that same flat tone, empty of emotion. Take care of the boy. Take care of Kevin. Then the line went dead. Gerardo Rios stood frozen, phone still pressed to his ear, listening to emptiness. His hands began to shake. His breath came in shallow gasps. Terror and disbelief warred in his chest. Every instinct screamed that this couldn't be real, but somewhere deeper, some primal part of a father's consciousness, he knew. He knew it was true. His next actions would later blur in memory, a series of desperate movements driven by pure adrenaline. He had to call the police. He had to get to Elideth's apartment. He had to prove this was wrong, had to find his daughter alive. The alternative was unthinkable, a void he couldn't approach. Gerardo dialed the Estado de Mexico emergency number with trembling fingers. The dispatcher answered, probably expecting a routine call, a domestic dispute, a theft, maybe a car accident. Instead, they got a father reporting a murder confession. The dispatcher's tone shifted immediately. Stay calm, sir. We're sending officers. What's the address? Colonia Metropolitana Primera Section, Nezahualcóyotl. Gerardo gave them everything he had while simultaneously grabbing car keys, pulling on shoes, moving toward his vehicle. He couldn't wait for the police to find the place. He had to go. Now, every second stretched into agony. The drive from his home to Elideth's apartment might have taken 10 minutes, but it felt like crossing continents. The streets of Neza were mostly empty, that pandemic emptiness that had settled over the world. Gerardo pushed his car faster than was safe, running stop signs, his mind caught in a loop of denial and prayer. Let her be alive. Let this be a sick mistake. Let Omar have been lying or confused or... But why would he lie about something like that? What possible reason could there be? Gerardo's car screeched to a halt outside the apartment building. Police vehicles were already there, their lights painting the walls in alternating red and blue. Neighbors had begun to emerge onto their balconies and doorsteps, drawn by the commotion, their faces masks of curiosity and concern. Gerardo ran toward the building, legs pumping, heart trying to explode from his chest. An officer stepped in his path, hands raised. Sir, you can't go in there. This is a crime scene. That's my daughter, Gerardo shouted. That's my daughter's apartment. Where is she? The officer's face told him everything before words could. That particular expression, pity mixed with professional detachment, is one that law enforcement develops to deliver the worst news imaginable. Sir, I'm sorry. There's been a death. We need you to. Gerardo tried to push past, but more officers were there, gently restraining him. Through the apartment's open door, he could see movement inside. Crime scene technicians in latex gloves, cameras flashing, the machinery of investigation already grinding forward. But he couldn't see Elideth. They wouldn't let him see her. Please, Gerardo begged. I need to see my daughter. Sir, we can't allow that. This is an active crime scene. We need to preserve evidence. Evidence. The word was clinical, sterile, utterly insufficient for what it represented. Somewhere in that apartment, Elideth Rios Cabrera lay dead at 30 years old, and they were treating her body as evidence. The details would come later, pieced together from police reports and forensic analysis. Each fact another nail in the coffin of Gerardo's old life. Omar had planned the murder with chilling calculation. The night before, after their son had celebrated Father's Day, Omar had put Kevin to bed with special instructions. If anyone asked where Mommy was in the morning, tell them she's sleeping. The boy, innocent and trusting, agreed. Then Omar had prepared Elideth's final drink. Investigators would later theorize he'd slipped benzodiazepines or some other sedative into her beverage, something to slow her reactions, to prevent her from fighting back effectively. Elideth, exhausted from work and probably eager to simply rest, likely noticed nothing wrong. The drug worked its way through her system, making her drowsy, uncoordinated, vulnerable. When she was sufficiently incapacitated, Omar struck. His hands closed around her throat. Elideth would have fought. Defensive wounds suggested she tried to claw at him, tried to break free, but the drugs made her weak. Her struggles weakened. Her air ran out. Consciousness fled. And then, finally, terribly, her heart stopped. Omar had strangled the woman who had supported him for years, who had borne his child, who had worked herself to exhaustion to keep their family afloat. He did this in their bedroom while their son slept just walls away. And when it was done, when Elideth's body lay still on the bed they'd shared, Omar calmly picked up his phone and called her father to confess. Then, with the same methodical planning that had freed him from prison, Omar disappeared. By the time Gerardo arrived, by the time police were photographing the scene and beginning their investigation, Omar was already gone. He'd left the apartment, probably walked right past neighbors who were still asleep or too focused on their own pandemic-era routines to notice anything unusual. A man with a limp using crutches wasn't uncommon in Nez's densely packed streets. He became invisible through sheer ordinariness. Gerardo spent that entire day in a fog. Police officers asked him questions about Omar, about Elideth's relationship, about where the killer might run. Gerardo answered mechanically, still not quite believing this was happening. Surely he would wake up. Surely this was some nightmare that his mind would reject at any moment. But reality doesn't work that way. The nightmare continued. Kevin had to be retrieved from the apartment. A child welfare officer brought the boy out, and Gerardo's heart shattered anew seeing his grandson's confused face. The 10-year-old didn't understand yet. He knew something bad had happened, knew there were police and his mother wasn't coming out, but the full horror hadn't yet settled into his young mind. "Where's Mommy?" Kevin asked. What do you tell a child? How do you explain that his father has murdered his mother? Gerardo held his grandson tight, unable to form words, letting tears speak what language couldn't. Over the following days, the investigation ground forward with bureaucratic slowness. Forensic reports came back confirming manual strangulation. Toxicology would reveal the sedatives in Elideth's system. The apartment yielded evidence, traces of Omar's presence, confirmation that he'd been there when she died. Everything pointed to exactly what Omar himself had already confessed. He had killed her. But where was Omar now? This is where Gerardo began to encounter a truth that would torment him for the next year. The system that had failed to keep Omar Santos Lara behind bars was equally incompetent at finding him again. When Gerardo gave his statement to Estado de Mexico prosecutors, he explained everything he knew about Omar, the real name, the aliases, the previous conviction, the prison escape. He provided physical descriptions. The limp from the bullet wound, the Santa Muerte tattoo spanning Omar's back, the scars on his face. The prosecutors nodded, took notes, and did almost nothing. Weeks passed. Gerardo called the prosecutor's office repeatedly. What progress had been made? Had they issued an arrest warrant? Were they searching? The answers were evasive, bureaucratic, infuriating. We're building the case. We need more evidence. These things take time. What more evidence do you need? Gerardo demanded. He called me and confessed. He murdered my daughter. But the wheels of justice turned with agonizing slowness. It took nearly 2 months before an arrest warrant was finally issued. And when Gerardo saw the warrant, his blood ran cold with fury and frustration. The name on the warrant was Eric Hernandez Camacho. They were searching for the false identity, not the real man. Omar Santos Lara, again, had vanished into the cracks of bureaucratic incompetence. The system had learned nothing from his first disappearance. Every wanted poster, every bolo, be on the lookout, alert, every communication to other law enforcement agencies bore the wrong name. Gerardo tried to explain this to anyone who would listen. Omar Santos Lara is his real name. Eric Hernandez Camacho is fake. You're looking for a ghost. But changing an arrest warrant, getting new paperwork issued, convincing multiple agencies to update their records. All of this moved at the speed of institutional inertia. Meanwhile, Omar was out there somewhere, probably watching the news, probably smiling at how easily he'd fooled them twice. The manhunt, such as it was, focused primarily on Omar's previous crimes, the triple homicide and prison escape, rather than Elideth's murder. There was actually a reward already in place from his 2011 escape, 300,000 pesos for information leading to the capture of Eric Hernandez Camacho. Eventually, the Estado de Mexico prosecutors added another 300,000 pesos, bringing the total reward to 600,000 pesos. But that money sat unclaimed because the public was looking for the wrong person under the wrong name. Gerardo refused to accept the system's failure. In the months following Elideth's death, something transformed inside him. Grief has a way of crystallizing into determination. He couldn't bring his daughter back. That door was closed forever. But he could hunt the man who had stolen her. If the police wouldn't do it properly, then Gerardo Rios would become a detective himself. He created social media accounts dedicated to finding Omar. He posted photographs, real pictures of Omar Santos Lara, not just the prison mugshots taken under the false name. He detailed Omar's physical characteristics, emphasizing the distinctive limp, the tattoos, the facial scars. He used hashtags. Hashtag Justicia para Elideth, hashtag Feminicidio, hashtag Asesino. These digital wanted posters spread through Mexico's interconnected social networks. Gerardo also hit the streets. He dressed in different clothes, casual one day, more formal the next, trying to blend into various neighborhoods as he followed tips and hunches. Someone reported seeing a man matching Omar's description in Iztapalapa. Gerardo went there, walking the streets, showing photos, asking questions. Another tip pointed to a market in Nezahualcóyotl. Gerardo was there, eyes scanning crowds, looking for that familiar limping gait. He became obsessed, and understandably so. Friends and family worried about him, but Gerardo couldn't stop. Every day that Omar remained free felt like another betrayal of Elideth's memory. His daughter deserved justice. Kevin, who now lived with his grandparents, deserved to see his mother's killer face consequences. But month after month, Omar Santos Lara remained a ghost. Sightings led nowhere. Tips proved false. The trail, such as it was, grew cold in Mexico's vast urban sprawl. 10 million people lived in the Mexico City metropolitan area. Omar could be anywhere, hiding in plain sight, confident that the system's incompetence would continue to protect him. As 2020 limped toward its end and 2021 began, Gerardo Rios faced a grim anniversary approaching. 1 year since the phone call. 1 year since his daughter's murder. 1 year of hunting with nothing to show for it. The weight of it threatened to crush him. How long could he sustain this search? How many more dead-end tips could he follow? When would he have to accept that Omar might never be found? But Gerardo didn't know that the universe, in its strange and terrible way, was about to offer him an answer. Omar Santos Lara's luck, which had held through a prison escape and a year of evading justice, was finally about to run out. October 2021, 15 months after Elideth's murder. Gerardo Rios had aged in ways that transcended mere time. The man who had been vibrant at 63 now carried exhaustion in every line of his face. The hunt had consumed him, body and soul. Every morning he woke thinking about Omar. Every night he fell asleep imagining the man's capture. In between were hours spent on social media, on phone calls to reluctant police officers, on fruitless expeditions through Mexico City's sprawling neighborhoods. Kevin, now 11 years old, had begun asking harder questions. Not just, where's mommy? He understood she was gone. But, why hasn't anyone caught him? Gerardo had no good answers. How do you explain to a child that the system meant to protect people had failed so completely? That the man who murdered his mother was walking free because bureaucracy cared more about proper forms than actual justice? The social media campaign had generated attention but little concrete results. Thousands of people had shared Gerardo's posts. Hashtag Justicia para Elideth had trended briefly on Mexican Twitter. News outlets had covered the story, painting Omar Santos Lara as a symbol of Mexico's broader failure to prevent femicide and protect women. But awareness didn't equal capture. Omar remained free somewhere. Gerardo had begun to lose hope. Not entirely. Hope doesn't die easily in a parent seeking justice for their child. but the razor-sharp determination of those first months had dulled into weary persistence. He still searched, still posted, still called the prosecutor's office. But the fire had dimmed to coals. Then, on October 23, 2021, his phone rang. The voice on the other end was official, clipped, the tone of a police officer delivering important news. Señor Rios? This is the Fiscalía General de Justicia del Estado de Mexico. We have someone in custody. We believe it's Eric Hernandez Camacho, the man wanted for your daughter's murder. Gerardo's heart seized. For a moment he couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. The officer continued, "We need you to come identify him. He's claiming he's not the person we're looking for, but we have reason to believe he's lying. Can you come to Tlalnepantla? I'll be there in an hour," Gerardo managed, already grabbing his keys. The drive to Tlalnepantla de Baz, a municipality in Estado de Mexico northwest of Mexico City, was a blur. Gerardo's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. Could this really be happening? After 15 months of searching, of dead ends and frustration, had they actually caught him? But doubt gnawed at him too. The police had been wrong before. Tips had led nowhere. What if this was just another case of mistaken identity? What if Omar had slipped through their fingers again? The Fiscalía building was an ugly concrete structure, institutional in that particularly soul-crushing way of government offices. Gerardo parked haphazardly and practically ran inside. Officers directed him through corridors, their faces revealing nothing. Finally, they reached a holding area where prisoners awaited processing. "He's in there," an officer said, pointing toward a reinforced door with a small window. "Take a look. Tell us if that's him." Gerardo pressed his face to the window. Inside, seated on a bench with his hands cuffed behind his back, was a man Gerardo had spent over a year imagining confronting. Omar Santos Lara looked older, more haggard than in the photos Gerardo had been circulating. His hair was longer, unkempt. The limp that had marked him was obvious even sitting down. His right leg extended at an awkward angle, the foot turned slightly inward. But it was definitely him. "That's him," Gerardo said, his voice shaking. "That's Omar Santos Lara. That's the man who killed my daughter." The officer nodded. "He keeps insisting his name is something else. Claims we have the wrong person." "Let me in there," Gerardo demanded. The officers exchanged glances. This wasn't procedure. Victims' family members weren't supposed to confront suspects during custody. But something in Gerardo's face, or perhaps their own sympathy, made them bend the rules. "5 minutes," an officer said, unlocking the door. "And we'll be right here." Gerardo stepped into the holding cell. Omar looked up and their eyes met. For a long moment, neither man spoke. The air between them crackled with tension. All the months of grief and rage and desperate searching condensing into this single point of confrontation. "Se quedó mirando, yo acepto que era Omar Santos Lara," Gerardo would later tell reporters. He stared, and finally admitted he was Omar Santos Lara. But in that moment before the admission, Omar tried one more time to lie. "You have the wrong person. I don't know what you're talking about." Something snapped inside Gerardo. All the accumulated pain and frustration of 15 months erupted. He lunged forward, his legs swinging in a kick aimed at the man who had destroyed his family. "Hijo de puta!" The curse tore from his throat. The kick connected, barely, before officers rushed in, grabbing Gerardo and pulling him back. "Señor, you can't. That's him." Gerardo was shouting now, fighting against the officer's grip. "That's Omar Santos Lara. He called me. He told me he killed my daughter. Stop protecting this murderer." Omar's facade crumbled. Faced with Gerardo's certainty and rage, with police who were clearly not going to let him talk his way out, he finally dropped the pretense. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'm Omar Santos Lara." Those words, admission, confirmation, the end of his second disappearing act, should have been a moment of triumph for Gerardo. Justice, finally. The system catching up. But as officers escorted Gerardo out of the holding cell, as his adrenaline began to fade, he felt empty rather than vindicated. Omar's capture couldn't bring Elideth back, couldn't give Kevin his mother. Outside the holding area, prosecutors explained how they'd finally caught him. The capture hadn't come from brilliant detective work or Gerardo's social media campaign, though those efforts had kept pressure on authorities. Instead, Omar had been arrested during a routine police operation in Tlalnepantla. Officers conducting patrols in the Colonia San Juan Ixhuatepec neighborhood had stopped him for suspicious behavior. Running his identification or attempting to had triggered alerts in the system. Warrants existed for Eric Hernandez Camacho, including the one related to Elideth's murder. But Omar had tried to game the system one more time, insisting they had the wrong person. He'd probably been banking on the same bureaucratic confusion that had protected him twice before. After all, his real name wasn't in most databases. The photos circulating were old or unclear. Who was to say he was really the wanted man? He hadn't counted on Gerardo Rios. Hadn't anticipated that a grieving father would have become such a relentless hunter. The identification was definitive, irrefutable. And once Omar admitted his real name, the entire tangled history came into focus for the authorities. They had caught the Ninja de Iztapalapa, the man who had killed 3 people with a sword in 2010, the prisoner who had walked through 6 security checkpoints in 2011, the fugitive who had lived freely for nearly a decade under a false identity, the domestic partner who had strangled Elideth Rios Cabrera in 2020. All of these crimes, all of these identities, collapsed into the man sitting handcuffed in that holding cell. News of the arrest spread rapidly. Media outlets that had covered Elideth's murder and Gerardo's subsequent hunt jumped on the story. Father's relentless search leads to capture of daughter's killer. The headlines read, Gerardo gave interviews, his exhaustion evident but tinged now with grim satisfaction. For more than a year, I searched for him, Gerardo told reporters, his voice hoarse with emotion. I went everywhere. I disguised myself, I followed tips, I never stopped looking. The authorities, they took too long. They were looking under the wrong name. If it wasn't for keeping the pressure on, I don't know if they ever would have caught him. The interviews revealed not just Gerardo's determination, but also the systemic failures that had allowed Omar to remain free. Reporters pressed Estado de Mexico officials. How had a convicted triple murderer escaped from prison in the first place? Why had it taken so long to issue a proper arrest warrant for Elideth's murder? Why were authorities searching under a false name when the real identity was known? The answers were bureaucratic dodges and empty promises to review protocols and improve coordination. Nobody in power wanted to admit the truth. The system had failed catastrophically at multiple levels, and it had taken a civilian, a grieving father with no training or resources, to accomplish what trained law enforcement should have done. Omar's capture triggered multiple legal proceedings. First, there was the matter of Elideth's murder. Prosecutors in Estado de Mexico moved forward with formal charges of feminicidio, femicide, a distinct legal category in Mexico recognizing the gender-based nature of violence against women. The evidence was overwhelming. Omar's own confession to Gerardo, the forensic evidence from the apartment, witness testimony about the couple's relationship and Omar's violent tendencies. But there was also the matter of his 2011 escape from Reclusorio Oriente. Omar still owed 122 years for the triple homicide in Iztapalapa, and he'd added escape charges on top of that. Mexico City prosecutors wanted him transferred back to their jurisdiction to complete that original sentence. This created a jurisdictional tug-of-war. Estado de Mexico wanted to prosecute the murder of Elideth first. Mexico City wanted him back for the escape and original murder convictions. Lawyers argued. Judges consulted legal precedents. Meanwhile, Omar sat in custody, going nowhere, facing the reality that his days of freedom were permanently over. During the legal proceedings that followed his capture, details about Omar's life on the run began to emerge. For 9 years after his prison escape, he had lived in Estado de Mexico, primarily in municipalities surrounding Mexico City. He'd avoided the capital itself, too risky, too many cameras, too much police presence. The sprawling suburban municipalities offered better cover. He had cycled through various odd jobs, always in the informal economy where questions about identification and background weren't asked. Construction work when his foot allowed it. Street vending. Small-time hustling. Nothing legitimate, nothing that would require official paperwork that might trigger alerts. And then he'd met Elideth. The relationship had provided him with stability, a domestic cover that made him less suspicious. A man living with his partner and child looked normal, unremarkable. Neighbors might gossip about the fact that he didn't work while his girlfriend exhausted herself, but that wasn't uncommon enough to draw serious scrutiny. For nearly 2 years, Omar had lived in that apartment in Nezahualcóyotl, sleeping next to a woman who had no idea she was sharing a bed with a killer who had already murdered 3 people. Elideth might have sensed something dark in him, her father certainly had, but she couldn't have imagined the full extent of what Omar was capable of. The question that haunted Gerardo, that haunted everyone who learned the full story, was why? Why had Omar killed Elideth? She hadn't discovered his real identity or threatened to turn him in. She hadn't provoked him in any way that would explain such violence. The planned nature of the murder, the drugging, the strangulation, the confession call to her father, suggested this wasn't a crime of passion or sudden rage. The truth seemed to be simpler and more chilling. Elideth had planned to leave him. After his foot healed, she was going to ask him to move out. And Omar Santos Lara, a man whose entire adult life had been defined by violence and control, couldn't accept rejection. If he couldn't have Elideth, if she was going to leave him, then she wouldn't belong to anyone. The thinking was twisted, possessive, and utterly devoid of humanity. In custody, Omar showed little remorse. Police officers who processed him noted his flat effect, the way he discussed the murder mechanically, as if describing something that had happened to someone else. Psychologists would later evaluate him, diagnosing antisocial personality disorder and a profound lack of empathy. These were clinical terms for something everyone who encountered Omar understood instinctively. He was a predator wearing human skin. As the legal proceedings dragged on through late 2021 and into 2022, Gerardo found himself caught in a strange limbo. Omar had been caught, that chapter was closed. But justice moved with agonizing slowness. Court dates were scheduled and postponed. Evidence had to be formally presented. Defense attorneys filed motions. The machinery of law ground forward with bureaucratic patience that seemed obscene given the circumstances. Gerardo attended every hearing he was allowed to attend. He sat in courtrooms, staring at the back of Omar's head, willing the judges to move faster, to stop treating this as just another case in their overwhelming caseload. This was his daughter's life. This was his grandson's trauma. This deserved urgency. Kevin, meanwhile, was growing up in the shadow of his mother's murder and his father's monstrosity. Gerardo and his wife had taken the boy in, providing stability and love. But some wounds run too deep for even the most devoted grandparents to heal. Kevin had nightmares. He struggled in school. Therapists worked with him, trying to help a child process trauma that many adults couldn't comprehend. The boy would sometimes ask questions about his father. Not out of love or loyalty, Kevin understood that Omar had killed his mother, but out of a desperate need to understand. Why had his father done this? Why had he destroyed their family? Gerardo had no answers that would satisfy. How do you explain evil to a child? How do you make sense of senselessness? Throughout 2022, the case against Omar solidified. Prosecutors built an airtight case for feminicidio. They presented forensic evidence showing Elideth had been drugged and strangled. They played the recording of Omar's confession call to Gerardo. That chilling, "I killed her," preserved forever on phone company servers. They brought character witnesses who testified about Omar's violent tendencies and Elideth's fear in those final months. Omar's defense attorneys had little to work with. They couldn't dispute that he'd killed Elideth. He'd confessed, and the evidence was overwhelming. Instead, they tried to argue for lesser charges, suggesting it was a crime of passion rather than premeditated murder. They pointed to his injured foot, his dependency on Elideth, suggesting he'd acted out of desperation and fear of abandonment. But the prosecution demolished these arguments. The drugging alone proved premeditation. You don't accidentally slip sedatives into someone's drink. The call to Gerardo immediately after the murder showed a level of calculated cruelty that went beyond any crime of passion. And Omar's history, the triple homicide, the methodical prison escape, the decade of successfully hiding, painted a picture of a man fully in control of his actions, capable of planning and executing violence with cold precision. The verdict, when it finally came, surprised nobody. Guilty of feminicidio aggravated by the domestic relationship. Guilty of murder with premeditation and treachery. The sentence was severe. Decades in prison with no possibility of early release. Combined with his existing sentence for the 2010 murders and the added time for prison escape, Omar Santos Lara would spend the rest of his life behind bars. This time, authorities promised things would be different. Omar was classified as maximum security, highest escape risk. He was placed in a facility with enhanced security protocols. His real name, his real identity, his complete criminal history, all of it was now properly documented in every relevant database. No more hiding behind aliases. No more bureaucratic confusion. Gerardo Rios stood outside the courthouse after sentencing, surrounded by reporters and cameras. He looked older than his years, worn down by the fight, but there was something like peace in his eyes. "It won't bring my daughter back," he said. "Kevin will still grow up without his mother. Will still feel her absence every single day. But at least Omar Santos Lara will never hurt anyone else. At least there's that." He paused, gathering himself, then continued, "I want other families to know. If the system fails you, if the authorities move too slowly or search in the wrong places, don't give up. Keep fighting. Keep searching. Keep demanding justice. Because sometimes, the only person who will fight for your loved one is you." The courtroom had emptied. The cameras had been packed away. The reporters had filed their stories and moved on to the next tragedy. Omar Santos Lara had been transferred to prison, beginning a sentence that would end only with his death. The legal chapter had closed, but for Gerardo Rios and his grandson Kevin, the story would never truly end. Justice might have been served in the technical sense. The guilty party punished, the law satisfied, but justice couldn't resurrect the dead or heal the wounds that would never fully close. Life after the verdict settled into a new, painful normal. Gerardo returned to work, though colleagues noted he wasn't the same man. The relentless energy that had driven him through 15 months of hunting had dissipated, leaving behind exhaustion that settled into his bones. He'd accomplished what he set out to do, but victory tasted like ash. Kevin struggled most of all. The boy was approaching his teenage years, that already difficult period made infinitely more complicated by the knowledge that his father had murdered his mother. Other kids his age worried about grades and video games and first crushes. Kevin worried about whether his father's violence lived somewhere in his own DNA, whether he might someday become a monster too. Therapy helped, but only so much. How do you counsel a child through trauma this profound? The therapists did their best, employing techniques designed to help children process grief and violence. They taught Kevin coping mechanisms, ways to manage the nightmares and anxiety attacks. They assured him that violence isn't hereditary, that he could choose to be different, that his father's actions didn't define him. But late at night, when nightmares jerked Kevin awake, when he saw his mother's face in dreams only to watch her disappear again, those assurances felt hollow. His mother was still dead. His father was still a killer. And nothing could change those facts. Gerardo watched his grandson navigate this impossible reality and felt his own guilt compound. He'd always sensed something wrong with Omar, had warned Elideth from the beginning that this man was dangerous. But he hadn't pushed hard enough, hadn't insisted strongly enough. Would Elideth still be alive if he'd been more forceful in his objections? Could he have prevented this somehow? Rational thought told him these questions were unfair to himself. Elideth had been an adult making her own choices. Omar had been the one who chose violence. But grief doesn't respect rationality. It feeds on what-ifs and might-have-beens, gnawing at the soul in the quiet hours. The case had exposed uncomfortable truths about Mexico's justice system, truths that extended far beyond one family's tragedy. Omar's escape from Reclusorio Oriente had revealed endemic corruption and incompetence in the prison system. Guards who could be bribed, paperwork that could be forged, security protocols that existed on paper but not in practice. And when the escape happened, when a convicted triple murderer simply walked out, the response had been lackluster at best. The subsequent manhunt had been equally flawed, searching under the wrong name, taking months to issue proper warrants, failing to coordinate between jurisdictions. If Omar had been captured earlier, in 2012, or 2015, or 2018, Elideth would still be alive. She would be 33 years old now, watching Kevin grow into a young man, perhaps finally completing that law degree she'd abandoned, building the life she deserved. But the system had failed her. It had failed Kevin. It had failed every potential future victim that Omar might have claimed if he'd remained free even longer. And while individual officials made promises about reforms and improved protocols, Gerardo had little faith that anything would fundamentally change. He began speaking publicly about these systemic failures. News programs invited him on to discuss not just Elideth's case, but the broader crisis of femicide in Mexico. The statistics were numbing. Approximately 10 women murdered every day in the country, with many cases never fully investigated or prosecuted. Elideth's story had gotten attention because Gerardo had refused to let it fade into obscurity. But how many other families had given up in frustration? How many killers walked free because nobody pushed hard enough? Gerardo became, almost despite himself, an advocate. He joined organizations dedicated to fighting femicide and demanding justice for victims. He attended protests where women marched with signs bearing the names of the murdered, their faces painted in the distinctive purple and green of the feminist movement. He stood beside mothers and fathers and siblings and children, all united by the common experience of loving someone who had been stolen by violence. The activism gave him purpose beyond his personal grief. If he couldn't save Elideth, perhaps he could help save others. If his daughter's death could motivate even one person to leave an abusive relationship, or push one prosecutor to take a case more seriously, or shame one politician into actually funding domestic violence prevention programs, then maybe there was meaning to be found in the meaningless. But late at night, alone with his thoughts, Gerardo still heard that phone call. Killed her. 3 words that had shattered his world. 3 words that replayed endlessly in his mind. Omar's flat, emotionless tone delivering the worst news imaginable. Those 3 words followed Gerardo into sleep, invaded his dreams, transformed every peaceful moment into a reminder of loss. Kevin, meanwhile, was developing his own relationship with his mother's memory. Gerardo and his wife surrounded the boy with photographs of Elideth, her smile bright and genuine, frozen in happier times. They told him stories about her, how she'd worked multiple jobs to provide for him, how she'd saved money for that promised Disneyland trip, how she dreamed of becoming a lawyer to help people navigate the very system that had failed her so completely. But photographs and stories couldn't replace presence. Kevin would never again hear his mother's voice except in old recordings that Gerardo had carefully preserved. He'd never again feel her arms around him, never again have her help with homework or celebrate birthdays together. Every milestone in Kevin's life would now be marked by her absence. First day of middle school without mom. High school graduation without mom. Wedding day, should he have one, without mom. The cruelty of Omar's crime extended forward through time, poisoning future moments that should have been joyful. This was perhaps the most insidious aspect of murder. It didn't just end the victim's life, it infected every subsequent moment for those left behind, transforming celebration into mourning, achievement into bittersweet acknowledgement of who wasn't there to witness it. Gerardo thought often about Elideth's dreams. She'd been so close to finishing her law degree, just 18 months away. With that credential, she could have built a career, achieved financial stability, maybe even left Omar sooner. But she dropped out to work, to provide for Kevin, making the sacrifice that parents make when survival trumps aspiration. And that sacrifice, that dedication to her son, made her murder even more unbearable. She'd given everything for Kevin, and Omar had repaid her devotion with violence. The case had also revealed uncomfortable questions about how Omar had managed to hide for so long. Yes, he'd used a false identity in prison, and yes, bureaucratic incompetence had allowed him to escape. But for 9 years after that escape, he'd lived fairly openly in Estado de Mexico. He'd formed a relationship with Elideth. He'd had a child. He'd been to hospitals for his foot surgeries. How had he avoided detection for so long? The answer was both simple and damning. Nobody was really looking. The reward for his capture existed but wasn't actively promoted. Police had hundreds of fugitives to track down and limited resources. One escaped prisoner, especially one using a false name, simply fell through the cracks. It was only after he murdered Elideth, only after Gerardo's relentless campaign, that authorities truly focused on finding him. This reality gnawed at Gerardo. How many other killers were out there, living under false names, comfortable in the knowledge that Mexico's overwhelmed justice system wouldn't dedicate resources to finding them? How many other women were in danger from men who should have been behind bars? The thought kept him awake at night, fueling his activism but also deepening his despair. Omar himself showed no remorse, even after conviction. Prison interviews with him, conducted by psychologists and prison officials, revealed a man utterly divorced from empathy or self-reflection. When asked why he'd killed Elideth, he offered justifications that blamed her. She'd been planning to leave him. She'd been ungrateful for everything he'd provided. Despite the fact that she'd been the sole provider, she'd made him feel worthless. These rationalizations were textbook examples of abuser logic, the perpetrator casting himself as the victim, refusing to accept responsibility, finding ways to make his violence seem justified or inevitable. Mental health professionals who evaluated Omar diagnosed him as a psychopath, someone fundamentally incapable of genuine emotional connection or moral reasoning. He understood intellectually that society deemed murder wrong, but he felt no internal conviction about that wrongness. For Gerardo, reading these evaluations was both validating and horrifying. Validating because it confirmed what he'd always sensed, that Omar was fundamentally dangerous, that there was something broken at his core. Horrifying because it meant Elideth had been living with a predator, sharing her bed with someone who viewed her as an object rather than a human being. The anniversary of Elideth's death became an annual day of mourning for the family. June 22nd would forever be marked on the calendar in red, a date that demanded acknowledgement. Gerardo would visit her grave, bringing flowers, white roses, her favorite. Kevin would come too, standing silently beside his grandfather, sometimes crying, sometimes just staring at the headstone that bore his mother's name and her too short lifespan. The headstone read simply, Elideth Rios Cabrera, beloved daughter and mother, taken too soon. But those words felt inadequate to capture who she'd been. They didn't convey her work ethic, her dedication to Kevin, her dreams of becoming a lawyer. They didn't express the hole her absence had left in the world. Other victims of Omar's violence received their own acknowledgement. The families of the 3 people he'd killed in 2010, those victims who'd been nearly forgotten in the focus on Elideth's case, deserved recognition too. Their loved ones had been slaughtered by the same man. Their lives ended just as violently. Gerardo reached out to those families, forming connections born of shared tragedy. Together, they represented the full scope of Omar's destruction. At least 4 deaths directly attributable to him, plus the wounded survivors from that 2010 attack, plus all the family members and friends left behind to grieve. Kevin began to ask questions about his father's other victims. Who were they? What had they done to deserve death? The answer, of course, was nothing. They'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught in the blast radius of Omar's rage. One had probably said something Omar perceived as disrespectful. That had been enough to trigger the sword attack that ended 3 lives. Understanding this, that violence could be so random, so disproportionate to any perceived provocation, was another layer of trauma for Kevin to process. His mother had been murdered for planning to leave an unhealthy relationship. Omar's first 3 victims had been murdered over what amounted to nothing. There was no logic to any of it, no way to make sense of such senseless brutality. As Kevin entered his teenage years, he began developing his own perspective on the tragedy. He spoke in school when asked to discuss something difficult in his life about his mother. He wrote essays about femicide and domestic violence, channeling his grief into advocacy much as his grandfather had done. Teachers noted that Kevin was mature beyond his years, but it was the kind of forced maturity that comes from trauma, wisdom purchased at far too high a price. Kevin also began wrestling with questions about forgiveness. His therapist asked whether he'd ever want to forgive his father. Kevin's response was immediate and certain. No. How could you forgive someone who'd taken your mother away? Who'd ended her life out of petty possessiveness? Who showed no remorse, no recognition of the devastation he'd caused? But the therapist pushed gently. Forgiveness wasn't for Omar's benefit, but for Kevin's. Carrying hatred and rage, legitimate though those feelings were, would only poison Kevin's own life. Finding a way to let go of the anger, to accept what couldn't be changed, might offer a path toward healing. Kevin struggled with this concept. It felt like betrayal to forgive, like saying what Omar had done was somehow okay. But slowly, with therapy and time, he began to understand the distinction. He would never forgive his father's actions, those were unforgivable. But he could perhaps forgive himself for sometimes missing the man he'd thought his father was, before he knew the truth. He could forgive himself for the complicated emotions that arose when thinking about his early childhood, back when things seemed normal. Gerardo faced similar questions about forgiveness, though his answer was simpler. Never. He would go to his grave hating Omar Santos Lara, and he felt no guilt about that hatred. Some acts were beyond forgiveness. Some people didn't deserve grace. Omar had murdered Gerardo's daughter, had orphaned his grandson, had destroyed their family. That wasn't something you forgave or forgot. But Gerardo also tried to ensure that his hatred for Omar didn't consume him entirely. For Kevin's sake, he needed to be more than just an angry old man fixated on vengeance. He needed to be a grandfather, a source of stability and love, someone who could help his grandson build a life that extended beyond tragedy. So, Gerardo laughed at Kevin's jokes, even when he didn't feel like laughing. He attended Kevin's school events, cheering loudly for accomplishments that seemed simultaneously important and meaningless against the backdrop of their loss. He cooked meals and helped with homework and tried to create normalcy in a situation that was anything but normal. The case had one final twist that emerged years after Omar's conviction. In 2024, during a routine prison inspection, authorities discovered that Omar had been involved in attempted corruption schemes, trying to bribe guards, attempting to smuggle contraband, even exploring possibilities for another escape. The man had learned nothing from being caught. His pathology ran too deep for any lesson to penetrate. Additional charges were filed. Omar's already extensive sentence was lengthened further, and prison authorities finally, belatedly, implemented the kind of strict monitoring that should have been in place from the beginning. Omar was now watched constantly, his movements restricted, his interactions limited. He would spend the rest of his life in conditions approaching solitary confinement, not as punishment necessarily, but as simple recognition of the danger he represented. When Gerardo learned about these developments, he felt a grim satisfaction. Omar deserved every miserable moment of his remaining years. But even that satisfaction was hollow. Omar's suffering in prison didn't bring Elideth back. It didn't heal Kevin's wounds. It was justice in the most technical sense, but it couldn't restore what had been stolen. By 2025, 5 years had passed since that horrific June morning. Kevin was 15 now, navigating high school with the weight of his history never quite lifting. He'd found friends who knew his story and accepted him anyway. He'd discovered interests, music, literature, social justice, that gave him purpose beyond being defined by tragedy. Gerardo was nearing 70, his hair completely white now, his body bearing the physical toll of all the stress and grief. But he was still alive, still fighting, still showing up for his grandson. That felt like its own form of victory, survival, continuation, refusing to let Omar's violence destroy them completely. Elideth's memory lived on in unexpected ways. A scholarship had been established in her name at UNAM, helping other women complete their law degrees. It was funded partly by donations from people moved by her story, partly by the reward money that had eventually been paid out after Omar's capture. Each year, one student received the Elideth Rios Cabrera Memorial Scholarship, allowing them to finish what Elideth couldn't. Kevin attended the scholarship ceremonies when he could, meeting the women who benefited from his mother's legacy. They would thank him, these law students, telling him how much the financial support meant. And Kevin would nod and smile and tell them that his mother would have been proud to help them, which was true, but it didn't make her any less dead. The broader fight against femicide in Mexico continued, with progress maddeningly slow. Activists continued protesting, demanding better laws and enforcement. Some reforms passed. Some prosecutors took the issue more seriously. But women kept dying. 10 per day, the statistics unchanged. Each death representing a family shattered the way Gerardo's had been. Sometimes, in his darkest moments, Gerardo wondered if any of it mattered. His activism, the scholarship, the reforms, would any of it actually save lives? Or was it all just noise, gestures meant to make people feel better while the fundamental problems remained unaddressed? But then he would look at Kevin, see this young man who'd survived the unsurvivable, who was building a life despite everything, and Gerardo would remember why the fight mattered. Not because it would bring Eladeth back, nothing could do that, but because somewhere, maybe another Eladeth might be saved. Another Kevin might be spared this particular flavor of grief. And so Gerardo continued. He spoke at events. He consulted with families of other femicide victims. He pushed prosecutors and politicians, refusing to let them forget that these weren't just statistics but human beings with names and faces and people who loved them. Omar Santos Lara, meanwhile, rotted in his cell. His health was declining. The old bullet wound in his foot had developed complications, infections that required increasingly aggressive treatment. His mobility decreased further. He walked with even more difficulty now, the limp pronounced to the point of near immobility. There was a certain poetic justice in that physical deterioration. Omar had used his body to commit terrible violence, wielding a sword, strangling Eladeth, moving through the world spreading destruction. Now that same body was failing him, becoming a prison within the prison. Every painful step was a reminder of choices made, violence committed, lives destroyed. When asked in prison interviews whether he had regrets, Omar's answers remained cold and narcissistic. He regretted getting caught. He regretted the conditions of his imprisonment. But he showed no genuine remorse for his victims, no real recognition of the suffering he'd caused. The psychopathy diagnosis had been accurate. Omar simply lacked the capacity for the kind of emotional understanding that might lead to genuine repentance. Gerardo tried not to think about Omar too often. Giving him space in his mind felt like allowing the man to win, even slightly. Better to focus on Eladeth's memory, on Kevin's future, on the fight to prevent other families from experiencing this nightmare. But sometimes, unbidden, Gerardo would remember that phone call. The one that started everything, that Sunday morning when his world ended. Killed her. And he would feel the rage fresh and raw, as intense as it had been in that first terrible moment. The wound would never heal, not really. He would carry it until his last breath. Kevin, too, would carry his wounds forward. But he was younger, more resilient in the way that youth provides. He had decades ahead of him to build a life, to find meaning, to become someone beyond just the boy whose father killed his mother. It wouldn't be easy. The scars would always be there, invisible but present. But it was possible. Kevin's future remained unwritten, full of potential that Eladeth would have loved to see fulfilled. As the sun set on another day, as Gerardo and Kevin sat together in their living room, perhaps watching television, perhaps just existing in comfortable silence, they embodied survival. Not victory exactly, not healing in any complete sense, but survival, continuation, the refusal to let Omar Santos Lara's violence be the final word on their story. Eladeth Rios Cabrera had been loved. She was still loved, still remembered, still shaping the world through the son she'd raised and the father who refused to let her memory fade. And perhaps that was the most powerful rebuke to Omar's cruelty, that love endured where violence ultimately failed. The monster had been caught, the hunter had succeeded, but the ghosts remained and would remain for as long as memory lasted. Some stories don't have endings, only the ongoing work of living with what can never be changed, never be undone, never be made right. This is the legacy of Omar Santos Lara. Not the fear he tried to inspire, not the control he sought to maintain, but the enduring love of a family he tried and failed to completely destroy. In the end, that love proved stronger than hate, more lasting than violence, more powerful than death itself. Justice was served, but justice, as Gerardo learned, is a cold comfort when the person you seek it for is gone forever. The fight continues. The memory endures. And somewhere in Mexico, another father worries about his daughter. Another woman weighs whether to leave a dangerous relationship. Another child grows up in the shadow of violence that should have been prevented. The system still fails. Killers still escape. Women still die. But families like Gerardo and Kevin's refuse to stop fighting, refuse to let the dead be forgotten, refuse to accept that this is simply how things must be. That refusal, that stubborn insistence on demanding better, on honoring the lost by fighting for the living, that is how light persists in darkness. Not by erasing the dark, but by refusing to let it have the final word. Elideth Rios Cabrera was 30 years old when she died. She should be alive today. She should be watching her son grow into a man. She should be practicing law, fighting for justice, building the life she'd worked so hard to create. She should be here, but she's not. And that absence, that stolen future, that interrupted life, these are what we're left with when we fail to protect the vulnerable, when we let killers walk free, when we accept violence as inevitable rather than fighting it with everything we have. Remember her name, remember her story, and demand better always for the next woman, the next victim, the next family that stands where Gerardo and Kevin now stand, in the ruins of what should have been, fighting to build something from the wreckage, refusing to let love die even when death seems to have won. Thank you for joining us on this chilling journey. If you enjoyed the ride, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love the thrill of mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I'd love to know where in the world our true crime family is tuning in from. Your support keeps these stories alive. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the dark corners of reality.